Good morning and welcome to Trial TV Live. I am the Squeegee of Justice. Thank you so much for joining us. This is day 2 of South Carolina versus Zachary Hughes. Super Ball is saying hello. Good morning. Cat butt first thing in the morning. How's everybody doing out there? Who is with us? We've got therapist Juno. Good morning to you. Julie, good morning. OnlyFan, good morning. You just caught up on a few. Let's see, what is OnlyFan saying? Just caught up. I just caught up the last few witnesses. Damn sketch, but hoping for phone location data. Yep. Stearns, yep, we recorded that. You think it's a nothing burger? Shirley Roth, good morning. Cajun Bayou Queen, hello, hello. Big storm heading your way. Oh my. Popping in and out. Big storm heading your way. Minus 30 with the wind today. That's not good. Brenda Meyer, good morning to you. Hello, hello. Thank you for joining us. Brat, what are you saying? Morning, 34 degrees and raining. Pretty chilled by the time I got home from my morning walk. So the good part of good morning is still under negotiation. Fair enough. So Stearns was a nothing burger. Continuance. Yeah, well, we have it recorded, so just in case. Yeah, a lot of channels. Grizzly was really happy that we had something that other time because not everybody has it. So we have it recorded just in case. Christine Bear. Sorry, thought there was an L in there. Good morning to you. Carol O'Neill. Hello, hello. Good morning to you. Audio is okay. Cool. Thank you for letting me know. Irish Amy. Hello. She says hello to you, Super Ball. Thank you for joining us. All right, so trial is starting at 9:30 for South Carolina versus Zachary Hughes, but as we know, they are a 30-minute delay, so that means 10 o'clock Eastern. So if they go on time, it would be another 25 minutes or so. But in the meantime, I thought we could just chat, kind of get caught up on what happened yesterday. It was a busy day, 14 people. And let's just kind of fly through what we saw yesterday. Just to start, there was the motion in limine, all items. They were talking about Bradley Post. Here, let me get to our cast of characters here. Okay. So here's the cast of characters in this sad play, as I like to say. So Christina Parcell is the victim. She was born in 1980. She had a daughter with John Mello, who is on her right. He was born in 1960. So right there you can see a 20-year age difference. And then the gentleman on her left is Bradley Post. He was her fiancé at the time that she was deleted, and he was born in 1956, so he's even older than John Mello. Now, John Mello is very well known in the music industry, and he had a bar out in California, we discovered, that thanks to Trial Junkies United, I think, and Aaron, you guys found this bar, Dow House maybe, or something like that, Dow Club, with his wife at the time, and it was huge among the punk scene, I guess, in the 80s and 90s. Like The Offspring played there. I can't think of, there's a couple other bands, but yeah, so it was a big place. It wasn't large, but it was well known. I think they said like 50 people and it would be crowded. So anyway, so those are the two players that she was involved with, and then bring in Zachary Hughes. He was friends with John Mello, and we think through music, because Zachary Hughes is a concert pianist. He's trained at Juilliard in New York City, so very well-known conservatory, and he was trained there. He went into the U.S. Marines. He was top of his class, like the top 3% at Juilliard, and then top 3% at his class in the Marines. So Zachary Hughes is he's no dummy. He is a talented, intelligent individual. So how he got caught up in all of this, I'm not sure. Christina, you were confused which trial we were watching. Well, we're trying to we're trying to give you a recap. So just settle in and listen to the recap if you don't mind. So Zachary Hughes is a very intelligent individual, very talented individual. How he got caught up in this, I don't know. Mello and convinced Zachary to send lewd, naked photos of Christina to her neighbors. That came out in testimony yesterday through Brad Post. It was sent to his house, to some of the neighbors' houses, to a cigar bar I think her father owned. So they were trying. So John Mello and Christina Parcell were embroiled in this custody battle for now a 9-year-old daughter. And John actually took that daughter to Italy, and Christina got her back through the Hague agreement. So very twisted, right? Very convoluted, twisted events, I guess, going on. Yes, therapist, even the state said in their opening, Hughes acted on behest. Oh, wait a minute, hold on. I got to open this up. Oops. Okay, I got to put that over here. There you go. Yeah, even the state said in their opening, Hughes acted at the behest of Mello. That is true. So somehow Zachary got involved with this, felt maybe he owed Mello a favor. I'm not even quite sure how he got involved, but yeah. Carol O'Neill, thanks mods for your great work. Thank you. Jags Girls 95, good morning to you. Brenda Mayer, good to see you as well. So yesterday it started off with them talking about all this, like 16,000 images that were on Brad Post's devices, his cell phone, I think maybe his laptop, computer, videos, and images of kids that you don't want to have in your possession. Some are saying that Christina was involved with that, with her daughter and with the daughter's friend. So there's that floating around as well. So they wanted a gag order, but now that the jury has been seated, they feel they don't need it anymore, and the judge said, yeah, I was going to deny it anyway. So then we went into let's see, the motions in limine. All items were found in Post's control, so Bradley Post, highly prejudicial. They were asking to exclude all reference and limit the testimony. Post said he's going to have a blanket Fifth Amendment, which he actually came in and he was pretty talkative. Post was going to say, I don't know who Zachary Hughes is. Now, they didn't actually ask if you knew the defendant. That they did not ask. They just stuck with, well, let's get to Post and his. He was the third witness. So they asked on direct, have you ever been charged with a crime? He said, yes. He says that Christina and he had been engaged on and off since 2016. He said that he didn't know the daughter. He knew that John was the father, and he knew about the custody dispute. He said there was a lot going on. John was fighting very hard, but so was Christina. Christina was living with Tina. I have Tiny, sorry about that. Tina is her name. Bradley found Christina, so that's probably one of the main reasons why they had him on. So they had the 911 call come in, and then the first responder, and then Bradley Post was the third witness, and he found Christina. So he knew about the kidnapping and the daughter that had left the country. He knew that Christina flew to Italy twice, and the second time she came back, he proposed to her. Then the day of the event, Christina had a job interview, and she had a job interview at 8:30, and it lasted until 8:47. But Brad was talking to her. He said he called her to make sure she was up, which she was. She called on her way over to the interview, which was to another veterinarian hospital or facility. She already had a job, but she was going for another. She's a veterinarian tech. So he calls her around. Well, she calls him on the way to the interview. She's there from 8:30 to 8:47. He calls her. He says around. I think. Let's see. He called her afterwards. Let me see. He tried to contact her again around 11. Now we see him in some ring video of him driving his red Mercedes. It's like 10:57. So I guess he might have called her a little bit before then. So he drove over there. She was not responding. So he drove over there, parked in the front, rang the door. Nobody answered. So he walked to the back door because he said they left that frequently unlocked. He said it was dark and quiet inside, and when he went in, he saw rose petals on the floor, and he looked into the living room, and then he saw Christina on her back with a lot of blood around the room. He walked over to her. He kneeled down, and then he called 911. And 911 is saying, put her on her back, did she do something, do CPR? And he's like, well, I don't think it's not going to matter. He said her eyes are open and there's a lot of blood. Then he has shown these manila envelopes, and he thought they were suspicious because when he looked inside, he saw these, all these photos, naked pictures of Christina, and then a mailing list of a bunch of addresses. So he took it to his lawyer, and he took it to law enforcement. He thought it was from Mello, but thought he was out of the country because Christina was naked in these photos, so he just assumed it was from Mello because they had been together, for a certain period of time, and obviously you can look at the photos and say, okay, your ex, you look like you're in your 30s, whatever, because she's 41. So that's why he assumed that these were from Mello, that he had taken the pictures. He says that meaning Brad, said that he had given her a diamond ring for the engagement, but she had it on. But now in cross, he had told law enforcement that she didn't have it on. So that came out. And Cross says, yes, you said you were charged with a crime. You were actually charged with 9 crimes. So he's charged with all kinds of child, having certain video and images on his devices, his phone and computers and whatnot. Let's see what else. Then Cross, they used, in Cross, what came up is they used these tracking devices because of what was going on between Christina and Mello, right? So they used Signal because something may happen with Mello being around. So that, I thought, and they got that in. I thought defense would have maybe objected about that. Oh, no, this was the defense crossing him. I thought state should have objected because that then is throwing shade back on Mello. That gives him a motive, to delete Christina. Let's see. Mello was found guilty by an Italian court for kidnapping the daughter, but then he was exonerated later. Nope, you can't sit on my keyboard. Sorry, dude. Gotta keep it moving. Keep it moving. He was exonerated later, but it was after Christina was deleted. Then they talked about a website about escort advertising. So was Christina involved with that too? I mean, she looks so. I don't know. She does not look like she would be the type of person that would be taking nude photos of herself or having somebody take photos of her and being involved in child stuff. I don't know. Escorts, she doesn't strike me as that. But Lily Coy, how are you? Chillian, Wyoming. Wow. Yeah, Equinox. Hey, how you doing? Drunky the Bear. Good to see you. Pammy, are you in? Oh, yeah. Hey, Pammy, how are you? Let's see. What's Irish Amy is saying, oh, wow, was researching who has custody of Parcell's daughter. Apparently Mello does, but after the deletion, Parcell's sister was given 2 weekends a month visitation. So that would be Tina, right? That's her sister is Tina. Good one. Skylar Banks, how are you? Good to see you. And Pammy, there you are. Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. So Irish Amy, they canceled the visitations, though, after the daughter accused her aunt of taking photos of her like Post would enjoy now. Mello has sole custody. So Tina was taking pictures of her too? Are you kidding me? What is wrong with these people? So both Christina and Tina were taking pictures? Right? What a dysfunctional saga. Holy smokes. Lily Coy, I'm all caught up on this case now. Can't look away. This is truly a nest of sickos, right? Hey, Rachel B., good to see you. How are you? Thank you for joining us. Yeah, therapist, looks can be deceiving. Totally. Wow. Oh, yeah, you got 4 inches of snow. Everybody's getting snow. Good morning, Butterfly Dana and Emma Roth from Sweden. How are you? Thank you for joining us. Julie says some college-age girls do escort work, good money to be made. I guess, yeah. Hey, Justice, how are you? It was sickening listening to that cop testify about how the predator was dressed so nicely in his slacks, wasn't upset on the 911 call, and started explaining why he was there before asking for help. I don't think he knew he was a predator. Oh, but he said talk to the other cop. He did say that, talk to the other officer. I don't think they really knew who Post was, did they? Yeah, Justice, something very, very sus with this. Drunky the Bear, maybe Mello coached the daughter so he wouldn't have to go? I don't know, maybe. Oh, yeah, Equinox, sorry, you got dinged. Yeah, we're keeping our emojis down. Got a bunch of fur all over me now. Super Ball. Let's see. So that was Mello's testimony yesterday. Then we heard from Jocelyn McInnes. She was the manager at the veterinarian's office where Christina came in to interview, and that's when we found out that she got there at 8:30 and she left at 8:47. So yeah, then the defense said, Judge, they had this whole pre-trial meeting, voir dire, proffer, if you will, for for Bradley Post to see what he would say. And he said, when they were asked, did you get to know the daughter? Defense said, we believe that would have opened the door that would have led to the child aggression. And the defense said, we just want this on the record. All questions asked during the proffer were all the questions we would have asked. But the judge, you deemed it out of bounds, but we just wanted that on the record. So, Equinox, no need to apologize. It's all good. Brad Caldwell, how are you? Was Mello charged? He's not in this case. He's charged with kidnapping, or that's his deal. He's just got like kidnapping charges. He was exonerated though, so I'm not quite sure where he stands right now. Lily Coy, looking at Hughes, it was hard to see him as a cold-blooded murderer until I got caught up. What a wasted life. He's no doubt talented, but there's some sick motivations behind his alleged actions. Yeah, he's top 3 of his class in the Marines, top 3 of his class at Juilliard. I think they only selected, was it 400 people in Juilliard? Or 400 candidates in the Marines, I forget which, but he was the top 3% in both. Justice says his defense attorney is awful and he missed the opportunity to ask the officer so many questions. Mavka, hello. His charges are about the harassing letters. Okay, thank you. Yeah, and the photos, right? Yeah, thank you for that. All right, Justice, let's get back to you and the officer. Okay, he was, that was the first responder. Deputy Chris Robinson, first reference to the Black Crows in this case. We have another one too. He was the first responder. He made contact with Mr. Post, and we saw that. He spoke to him. He arrived to the house. Post says he arrived at the house. She wasn't answering her phone, so he went in the back door and located Christina. Law enforcement went in and smelled chemical odor. Couldn't figure it out. Yeah, that's and Post said that too. We just kind of completely forgot about that. What is with this odor? What was there? Both Post said it and the first responder said it. Christina was in the living room. There was blood all over. It looked like she had been dragged. There were multiple lacerations around her face and neck. And then the master deputy showed up, which we heard from him. He's Riley Stokes. They cleared the house. They didn't find anybody else. And then they showed the body cam. And Post is on the phone when he first gets there. He goes to the back door because the door is always unlocked. He says he finds Christina in the front living room area. So yeah, they didn't really ask him questions, right? So Justice, okay, that was direct. And then Cross was at 1:25 in, 1 minute 25 seconds in. It says Post says he's there every day. And then he says no, says he was there often. Post says he doesn't feel comfortable talking to you. That was about 12 minutes in. Post directed you to another deputy. Is that what you're talking about, Justice? That they should have asked him more about that? And then Post was placed in the back of a squad car, and that's standard procedure. So, Justice, are you thinking that they should have gone harder at why do you want to talk to another deputy? Because I don't think Robinson knew who Post was, but I guess that other deputy did. So maybe is that what you're saying? Unidentified pesticide. That's a good one. We'll write that down. We have Red Rum Sonata in D minor. We have Courting Greenies. We have Melodrama, and we have Angry Heart. So why not? Let's throw in unidentified pesticide. I like the ring to that. For those that don't know, every trial, every case, we have potential band names. And we have, if anybody's in the, we know we have at least 3 people in the area that are going to go. So we're trying to give a name to the court watchers. Brooke Freeze, what day is this trial on? Day 2. We are caught up live, day 2. They started at 9:30, but it's a half-hour delay. So we're hoping that they'll go on in about 5 minutes or so. So, Justice, you're talking about the police officer? Yeah, I guess he could have asked more, right? He could have asked more questions. And we don't know what happened in the back of the squad car. They did put him in the squad car. Maybe they talked to him. I don't know. Justice, the deputy found out a week later who Post was and why he was arrested. So they could have, well, it's a different case, right? I mean, does that, I guess. Well, that's right. That's how they found out. When they were investigating this case with Christina, they ran across Post, and that's how this all blew up for Post. That's how they found 16,000 plus images and videos of kids. For Delete the Final Symphony. Right? So let's see, who else did we hear from? We heard from a forensic evidence technician. We heard from an investigator. Jonathan Garrett, he's the one that found this white substance in a bag. Have we given up on the Boswell trial? We have. We're going to go back to it eventually, but right now we're so far behind that we want to do a live trial. So to answer your question, the short answer is yes. The long answer is no. We will definitely go back to it as a rewatch, but we because we were already 2 days behind, and this is a live trial, and I wanted to cover this trial too, instead of catching up, and then being behind on Boswell, being behind on Hughes. We figured we'll just put Boswell on the shelf. Jump in on Hughes, he's live. And we don't forget we have Monica Sementili too. Justice, there's a link. There's a link, I'm telling you. Oh, I'm sure there is. Joe and Jedi Platypus popping in to say hi, y'all. I will be lurking this morning, listening because I have a few things going on. Very good. Christina Bear, how come they have kept the defendant's height away from everybody? Yes, because Mr. Shropshire, he estimated, he estimated the person on the bike. We haven't even gotten to the bike yet. So they showed video of this person on a bike with a mask, a hoodie. He estimated him to be about 6'5". So it's like OJ. If the glove doesn't fit, you must acquit. How tall is Zachary Hughes? Is he 5'10"? Is he 7 foot? Is he 6'5"? How tall is he? You know? I agree, Christine. I'm where is the Let's find out. Let us find out how tall he is. All right, so judge wanted them in at 9:30, but they are on a half-hour delay, so we are waiting for court to start. Presumably, they are starting at any minute now. But if anybody lives in the area and wants to go, please, please, please let us know. And we would love for you to call in. We would love for you to call in. Just like we had Mona. Hey, Mona called in for the Monica Sementili. We can do that. And we're trying to come up with names for you. So we got unidentified pesticide, red rum sonata in D minor, courting Greenies, melodrama, and angry heart is what we have so far. We've got four at least. Irish Amy, if anyone goes to court, any chance you can take a tape measure and sneakily find out Hughes's height? That's funny. Oh, there it is. Four Elise. I'm butchering that, but that's a good one. Four delete. All right. Well, whoever goes to the trial, pick a name. Brad Colwell, I think the videos are useful for establishing the timeline, but not the suspect. Agreed. Yeah, that's a good one. Yeah, it definitely establishes the timeline because now we know exactly when Christina left. She left at 8:11. She left. Then she gets back at 9:12, and then a suspect arrives at 9:15. So from 8:07, 8:11 until EMS gets there at 11:04. Well, actually, Brad gets there around 11. So I would say, between 8:11 and 9:30 to 9:30 to quarter to 10, maybe 10 o'clock. 9:27 is the first time that they saw the bike at that 133 address. So yeah, Brad, I agree. Seeing the video, seeing the still photos, that didn't show me much. But widespread panic. Good to see you. Yeah, no, they haven't started yet. They should be starting any minute. He said they wanted them there at 9:30, and it's a half-hour delay. So they should be kicking in any minute. Fur delete, that's your favorite one. Rachel B, that's your favorite. And Lily Coy, poor, yes, child. I hope she winds up in somebody's loving care. P.S. It ain't mellow. Yeah. Brad Colwell, unless they find the bike at his house. Yeah. All right, Rachel, we'll see you. Go. Yeah, I'm going to be stepping out myself from 11:30 to 12. I have a meeting, so I am putting it back to you guys, chat. Please take notes and let me know what I missed. I have another meeting. Aaron and I have a marketing company, so I have a meeting with a client. So I am asking chat to take notes for anything that I miss. And the way they were yesterday, my goodness, they had 14 witnesses in one day. That's just crazy. In comparison, I think they're there. Looks like, all right, I see a seal. Okay, yep, we have a seal, guys. We have a seal. So let me get to that. I hear some sound. All right, I'll see you on the other side. All right, while we wait, I want to pull this one up. Nanar, yes, aren't police department photos often taken in front of paper with measurements? They should be, and I looked at his Zach's mugshot, and there is none. Same with Mello and Post. They're not taken, so I don't know. I don't know why they're not doing that. Good morning, Missy Russell. How are you? You've been listening on your way into work. Cool. Irish Amy, between us, we should be able to keep track. Good, good. Justice says we got you. Awesome. Therapist says gladly. Who's a good note taker? Yeah, I'm gonna write. I'm gonna rely on you guys. I'm going to rely on you guys. It's only for a half an hour. Missy Russell, it's a cold morning for us. A lot of people are experiencing the chill. 19 degrees here. I really didn't want to get out of my car when I got here. I don't blame you. Ketty Canary. You read a comment, 32 Beethoven sonatas, 31 stab wounds. Did they miscount and it was 32 stabs, one for each sonata? Interesting. Interesting. That is interesting. Yeah, good one. Irish Amy, in this case, though, they might get through 20 witnesses in 30 minutes. I know, right? And then you got Cementili. I think what are they on? Cementili is on... Well, we missed the morning, but they're on 20 witnesses in 11 days. They went through 20 witnesses. Yeah, Pammy, I agree. Interesting thought. Interesting thought, Canary. Judge is here. I'll see you guys on the other side.
Okay, I understand that y'all have y'all need to take something up with the court before we bring the jury back in.
Yes, Your Honor. We had a chance to meet with defense counsel yesterday. as we are about to call a forensic technician that processed the scene at 122 Canebrake. She was responsible for taking all the photographs of the scene as it was. And like I said, we went through each of them with defense counsel, and there are a few where they've raised an objection that specifically states Exhibit 63, 64, 65, and 66. And I'll pass them up to the court. I'm also going to pass up to Your Honor
Thank you.
a copy of State v. Haight or Hawes, and that is 423. That is 423 SC 118. A copy of the defense counsel as well. The state believes that based on Hawes and based on the circumstances of this case, that the specific photograph should be introduced to the jury as is. State v. Hawes is a very similar case with regard to the cause of death, and that it was a stabbing death, and the Supreme Court confirmed that the admission of the photographs was proper, and I'll direct the court specifically to Head Note 6, where the photographs of the victim who was stabbed to death should have been admitted. It was not an abuse of discretion, where they went to show the circumstances of the crime scene and the location of the body. They go towards the issue of malice in this case. The state intends to elicit testimony from the forensic technician as to the significance of where the body was found, the actions that were likely to have taken after Ms. Parcell was stabbed with regard to the body, and the significance of what the blood pattern indicated. Again, I believe State v. Hawes is on point with this specific issue, and especially where we are offering testimony to extrapolate inferences that we would provide to the jury as to the circumstances surrounding Ms. Parcell's death.
Defense counsel?
Your Honor, our position is just under a 403 analysis. I'm not sure there's any, I'm not sure what the relevance is. They say it goes to malice, but they can certainly describe the crime scene without having to show those photographs. So I would say under a 403 analysis, very little probative value to those pictures, and whatever probative value is outweighed by the potential prejudicial effect. I would also note the state has prepared for 2 of those photographs. They've prepared another set of photographs with the deceased blocked out of the photograph. So if Your Honor does see probative value, we would ask that those be substituted for the those 2 photographs. And I would also add, they have other photographs of that room that are taken from a wider angle and from that are not close-ups of the of those areas that they are seeking to point out. So we would ask that that those other photographs that they have, which I think they can show to the court if the court needs to see them, but they would be sufficient to point out what they want to show to the jury.
I mean, obviously, this is the first time I'm looking at the photos. What is, I guess, the difference between 63 and 64 is you've got the victim is in it.
That's correct, Your Honor. These photographs all go to show, and what the state's going to argue is the actions that were taken after Ms. Parcell was stabbed, and it was specifically goes towards the placement and the actions taken towards her body after that stabbing. As you know, the state is charged with proving premeditation to this murder. The actions that the state is alleging Mr. Hughes took, obviously during this incident, but afterwards, are highly probative to show his state of mind and the deliberation that he took before committing this murder and the steps that he took afterwards. In a normal instance, if this were simply a spur-of-the-moment stabbing, or an instance where there isn't evidence, or the state would proffer that there is evidence in this case that actions were taken after the act itself to go to show premeditation, I could see where it would be a different analysis. But these specific photographs are clearly probative of those actions that we are arguing that Mr. Hughes took in this instance. So again, the state would argue that while we do have several photographs that show different angles, they are all probative. And I don't believe that the danger of unfair prejudice or spurring the emotions of the jury substantially outweighs that probative value that we're putting forth to the jury.
Okay. I'm going to take a quick break, and then I'll be back, okay?
And Your Honor, we would ask that there are some other photographs that we are not objecting to. We would ask that Your Honor be allowed to view those as well, so you can look at those in conjunction with the ones you've been given to see if those are necessary as the state says. And also, I would just add that premeditation is not an element of murder, so they don't. I think that's not a correct statement to say they have to prove premeditation.
Yeah, I'm happy to pass these up for your review.
Any response to that?
I will say that
Malice is definitely
an element that the state is charged with proving, and evidence to that effect is obviously extremely valuable. And the evidence from this crime scene is a huge portion of what the state wants to offer to the jury for them to make that inference as to malice in this murder. So again, I've passed up all the photographs of the specific crime scene that the state intends to introduce, as well as the two photos upon Your Honor's ruling that those two specific photos need to be redacted. We have done that.
Well, you've redacted 67 and 68, and those are coming in by agreement.
Well, only if you rule the other ones are not.
I got you. Okay.
Yes, we would not have an objection to the ones where the deceased is blocked out of the photograph.
Okay.
All right, so right off the bat, state gets up and says they met with the defense and issues were raised with the next witness that they're about to bring. And it's they're going to talk about a forensic technician who photographed the scene as is. And the defense has raised objections on a few of the photos. The photos should be introduced as is, and he cited some case law from the Supreme Court with a similar case. It was a stabbing case. And then the defense says it goes to malice, and there's very little probative value. And if anything, you could substitute photos with the victim blocked out, because they do have those. But then also, you could also use wider angle of the room versus the close-ups. So that is what the judge is currently going to be deciding. And Stacy Farrow, how are you? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Brett says if they found a similar looking bike that he had access to, they should definitely bring that into evidence. Sure. Cat Canary, bringing rose petals shows premeditation. Is that an issue? Block the victim in pics because it makes the murderer look bad? Yeah. His mom, so sorry, and I don't know if there's really anything we can say, but we're giving you virtual hugs. So I'm sorry. Pammy says, compared to his attorney sitting next to him, Hughes looks very tall. Irish Amy says, hello to Stacy Farrow. Justice says, I looked outside and my 24-year-old son and 14-year-old daughter on a sled sliding down my long driveway. Oh, you betcha. I would be there too. I used to love to go sledding. Debbie Blair says, good morning, everybody. Thank you, Debbie, for joining us. Therapist says hello to everybody. Good morning. She'll be driving for a few. Hello, hello. Drunky Bear agrees with Cat 8 Canary. Rose petals are also so cringe. Yeah, that's why some people are saying maybe it was ritual. It's a ritual thing. Cat 8 Canary said earlier, 32 sonatas, 31 stab wounds. Could there be something in that? Hisma, I appreciate the hugs and support a lot. I feel really lost, but I know the early days are the hardest. They are. They are. We had two Jack Russells that passed away within like 4 months of each other, and we would mark the day, the moment, the minute that they passed every day. I created a Instagram page for them, just to honor them. It's tough. It is tough. I feel your pain. Pammy says she can't see Hisma or Justice. Not sure about that, why you wouldn't be able to, but guys, maybe tag Pammy. Dreama Landry, how are you? Good morning to you. Thank you for joining us. Appreciate it. Just in time for the judge to go on a break. Well, he's going to rule on these photographs. I think there was 4 of them. 4 photos. I guess they're relatively up close of Christina. I don't know. What about the autopsy photos? Are those going to be considered prejudicial? I mean, look at poor Brandy Peters with Henry Segura. I mean, she was just butchered. And they showed that to the jury. Oh, I don't know. What about Megan Boswell and Evelyn? They were showing those photos. I mean, how prejudicial is that? Having a 13-month-old being pulled out of a garbage bag. Yeesh. Nunya Bitness, how are you? Good to see you. Thank you for joining us. Pammy says I haven't blocked anyone in ages, so if Pammy's not seeing Hisma or Justice. Yep. Nanar says, Hisma, everyone goes through rough times. We know you need some hugs. We got you. Oh, boy. Yes, Irish Amy, you can block people. Nunya Bitness, I so want to hear the defense explain the DNA. Yeah, well, that's what did Tellison, right? Robert Tellis. As soon as I heard that, I'm like, oh, there's no way you're going to get your way out of this. And he's like, oh, the police planted it. I mean, it's possible, right? It's not probable, but it is possible. Anything is possible. But why? I mean, Tellis, I can actually make a case for him because he was poking around, fighting certain people that could want to see him go down. But Hughes, he's not like messing around with people, as far as we know, that would want to see him go down. So I have no idea. Why his DNA would be planted, or that's going to be a tough one. That would be a tough one. Tough one, I should say. Cat A Canary, Melody Ferris trial, they showed some charred parts of Gary, not just to the jury. I saw them. Yeah, well, Evelyn, they showed some of Evelyn, and Brandy Peters, they showed her. I mean, it was quick, but they showed her. So why? I mean, I'm sure the judge is going to allow this in. I can't imagine the judge is going to be like, no. Brett says, this is the first trial I've heard of arguments for keeping the pictures of a body out. Is that a South Carolina thing or what? I think it's just a defense thing. They're just trying everything they can. All right, Drunky the Bear, we'll see you in a bit. Yeah, Brett, I think it's just the defense trying to keep stuff out. They can ask, right? They can ask. It's up to the judge to say yay or nay. Oh, looks like are they back? Oh, no, they just switched over to the seal. Widespread Panic says, I'm really praying hard about this case because I don't know how to feel about someone unaliving a Chester. For you, it's all about the gingers. And how many gingers did we see yesterday? All those women, right? It was Darby, Jocelyn, Christine. Yeah, we had a parade of gingers yesterday. Cat Canary, I heard that Zach's side is packed with groupies, supporters. Yeah, I think. Did you say that yesterday, or somebody else said that as well? Widespread panic. On the one hand, the one is wrong, but is it really wrong if you're doing it to save someone else? Like that judge and that sheriff. That judge was basically telling women in jail, "I'll give you a deal if you give me a deal." And the sheriff, and one of them was his daughter, so the sheriff went in and shot him. Nan R. What scares me, and I know I should know better, but with his background and looks combined, I would feel okay if he was dating my daughters. I feel like I have bad judgment. Well, maybe he was doing it because they were abusing the kid. Right? I mean, if that's what comes out, he's like taking the law into his own hands, and we don't live in a vigilante society, but that could have been. Cat A Canary, tell us trial flashed a picture of German's slashed throat. It was gruesome. I watched too many trials. I missed that. I mean, we watched the trial, but I missed that part. Yeah, if you watch enough trials, you're going to see them. The camera operators aren't always the best. And then there's also I think it was the in Boswell. It was the first responder. That guy. He was looking at the photos and he was flipping them over, and it was a brief, but you could see the poor peanut just. Ugh. Therapist, innocent until proven guilty, so don't condemn your judgment yet. That is true. Nan R. Everything from the prosecution is supposed to be prejudicial, but it has to be more probative than prejudicial. Mavda read that Zach isn't into ladies. I could see that. He just has, he's got such a sweet look about him. And I don't mean that in a bad way. I mean that in a way of like, I'd go talk to him. He seems like a, nice guy. Some people just look like they're going to bite your head off, and other people look like, they actually would talk to you. Without being jerks. Therapist, is driving, so just so you know. All right, I'm gonna go take a comfort break. Oh, I wish Superball would stay. I wish Superball would stay with you. All right, I'll be back in a second. Thought I saw the judge's head there for a moment. Ah, yes, none you bitness. I agree. He looks gentler and kinder than Post and Mellow. That is for sure. Pammy asks for you to talk to them. Yeah, she's cleaning herself right now. Irish Amy asks, Super Bowl, what are your thoughts on the trial? Justice asks, was he seen carrying roses in the house or were they already there? We don't know that yet. We don't know because Post was asked if he had brought roses that day or the day before, and he said no. So I would suspect we're going to hear from Tina, the sister, and say, were there roses in the house, right? Oh. Brad asks, 8-Ball, what are Super Ball's thoughts on the trial? Super Ball says, not sure. She's taking a bath right now. She's cleaning herself. Super Ball cleaning herself. She's taking a bath. Super Ball, what do you think about the trial? Yo, dude, what do you think about the trial? Do you have thoughts on the trial? Thoughts on the trial? Yep, nope. She has no thoughts on the trial. Not yet, at least. Well, so yeah. Super Bowl has more important stuff to focus on than our silly trial. That is true. Silly humans and your trials. So we are waiting on the judge to rule on these photos, whether they're probative or prejudicial. Let's see. Hey, Yorkie, how are you? Irish Amy, best way to be Super Bowl, reserve judgment until all evidence is heard. Brenda Mayer, how old is Super Bowl? She was born in 2019. Yes, she was born in 2019. We figure around April, mid-April, so she's going to be 6. She's coming up on 6. Cat 8 Canary, he was only inside for maybe 12 minutes. I think he bought the rose petals in the backpack. Do we know the color of the petals? Different colors have different meanings. Yeah, good one. I'm assuming they're red, but I don't know for sure. I hope that all comes out, to be quite honest. I hope we find out from Tina, who is the sister who lived there. No, there were no roses. I hope we hear from, the technician, this forensic technician that's coming up. Theoretically, they took pictures of the crime scene, so we'll find out what color the roses are. Justice, don't read your messages out loud. All right. Okay. Thank you for letting me know. Oh, you mean this one, Justice? No, just kidding. But thank you for letting me know. Yeah, I guess I should say that. If you guys don't want me to read something out loud, just say, don't read this out loud. Widespread Panic says, I think he's got to say probative. Yeah, they're not prejudicial, right? I mean, it's a crime scene. I mean, it is what it is. Let's see, Yorkie. Yorkie has a cool icon, little paw print. Aw. Hearts with little paw print. Nice. Don't you think like all crime scene photos are prejudicial, right? Brett says, one of the elements of the crime is that someone died. A picture kind of proves that. So, I know, I agree, Brett. It's like, by nature, a crime scene is prejudicial. But it's also probative because it proves, like you just said, it proves one of the elements of the crime. So, and again, I don't blame the defense or whoever for bringing it up. That's their right. But then the judge has to obviously, decide. And for those that are coming in new, I have a meeting in an hour for about a half an hour. So I want you guys to take notes. So when I get back, we can fill in what I don't have. Florida PI Sam, thank you for joining us. This should have already been done during pretrial. How many times have we seen that and said that? Right? I feel like we say that at every trial, almost like every day. Why wasn't this done before? Right? Is that something common in your experience, Sam? Widespread panic. That would be like Monica Cementilli trying to block photos of Fabio's passing. Kind of ridiculous. Agreed. Nope, they're back.
Thank you, Your Honor. State calls Kaylin Ford.
Please stop at the end of the bench. Place your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God? Yes. Thank you. Please be seated.
Okay, thank you.
Please state your name for the record.
Caitlin Ford.
Ms. Ford, good morning.
Good morning.
Could you tell the jury where you currently are employed?
I work at Albuquerque Police Department.
And what do you do for them?
I'm a crime scene specialist.
Okay. And how long have you been doing that for the Albuquerque Police Department?
About 2 years.
All right. Where were you working in 2021?
Here at Greenville County Forensics
And what specific role?
as a forensic technician.
And could you describe for the jury what kind of actions you take, what your duties are as a forensic technician when you were with the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
So we respond to crime scenes within the county limits. Depending on the crime scene, we can do things such as take photographs, process for fingerprints, collect evidence, just depending on what that specific scene is.
So it's safe to say that collection of evidence on specific crime scenes is one of your primary roles?
Correct.
And same thing would be taking pictures in accordance with that?
Yes.
duty? Were you in that role on October 13th of 2021?
I was.
And how are you involved with the present case, specifically related to the crime scene on October 13th of 2021?
I was the primary crime scene investigator for this case.
Okay. So you were tasked with processing the home at 122 Canebrake?
I was.
And in your role as a forensic technician, are you subjected to trainings and continued education for that role?
Yes, I have my bachelor's in science and forensic and investigative science. In the past, I've held certifications in bloodstain pattern analysis and fingerprint analysis, and I am currently part of a specialized unit called the Major Crime Scene Team in Albuquerque that responds to all homicides and officer-involved incidents.
Approximately how many crime scenes do you process in a given year?
I would say over 400.
Okay. So, can you describe for this jury, specifically related to October 13th of 2021, what your process was on arriving at 122 Canebrake and steps you took with your specific role?
So when I arrived on scene, I met with officers and detectives on scene just to get a brief run through of what was going on. After that point, myself and officers did an initial walkthrough of the scene just to see the layout of the house and where things were located.
So when you were doing the layout of the house and going through there, did you take photographs of the outside of the house?
Yes,
And if I show those to you, would you recognize them?
I would.
I'm going to show defense counsel what is State's Exhibit 69 through 84. First witness was 69 through 84. Could you take your time, review those, and let me know if those are the pictures that you took at the outside of the Canebrake home?
Yes, these are the photographs that I took of the exterior.
So that was what the Canebrake home looked like when you arrived on the scene October 13th of 2021?
Yes.
Your Honor, at this time, the State would move into evidence State's Exhibit 69 through 84.
Counsel?
No objection, Your Honor.
All right. 69 through 84 comes in.
Ms. Ford, I'm going to go through these with you. And if you like, I have a pointer here if you need to use it. Starting with State's Exhibit 69. Okay. What is State's Exhibit 69 a picture of?
So that is a photograph of the gray Lexus that was parked in the driveway.
Were you able to identify in the course of the investigation there who was driving the gray Lexus that day?
Yes, it was the victim.
Showing you State's Exhibit 70.
That was the red Mercedes that was parked in the driveway as well.
Who was driving that vehicle?
Mr. Post.
State's Exhibit 71.
That is the front side of the residence showing the windows along the front door.
72.
That is a close-up of the front door.
73.
That is a photograph of the exterior side of the front door handle.
74.
That is the gate on the right side of the residence. If you're standing facing it from the roadway, just showing the gate into the backyard area.
So is that, are you staring at Canebrake Drive there?
Yes.
Is that the red Mercedes in the driveway?
Yes.
75.
That is the photograph of the back or side door of the residence.
And at this time, had the initial deputies already gone through the house?
Yes.
76.
That is a photograph of the backyard.
And so would this be looking to the opposite side that we were just reviewing, where the driveway,
Yeah.
away from the driveway?
Yes, away from the driveway.
77.
That is a photograph of you standing at that gate that we just viewed, looking at the end of the end of the backyard.
78.
That is just showing a close-up of the creek and what you can see from the backyard.
Okay. We're going to go to State's Exhibit 80.
That is the gate on the opposite side of the house, leading into the backyard.
So that's looking into the backyard.
Yes.
81.
That is just showing another close-up of the backyard along with the second-story porch.
82.
That is a photograph of the nook that is underneath the second-story porch in the back side of the house.
Now you called it a nook.
Yes.
If I'm standing on Canebrake Drive, can I see somebody under there?
No, you cannot.
And if I'm standing, let me go back to State's Exhibit 78. In the backyard there, what was the collection of houses like, I'll say, with relation to the backyard of the house?
It was
Or how close in proximity were other neighbors?
They weren't that close. They were separated by both of their own backyards, including that woodsy area and a creek.
Go to State's Exhibit 83.
So that's just another close-up of that nook area.
State's Exhibit 84.
And now we've moved out into the front yard, and that's just showing a broader photograph of that gate on the left side of the house.
So from where you're standing there, taking State's Exhibit 84, could you see into that nook there that we were just reviewing?
No, you cannot.
After reviewing the outside of the house, did you thereafter go inside the house and do the same process of taking photographs and reviewing the inside of the house?
Yes.
If I showed you those photographs, would you recognize them?
Yes.
I'm going to show defense counsel what is State's Exhibit 40, let me get this right, 30. States 38 through 62, and states 63 and 66. showing you the same. Could you please review those and let me know if those are the photos you took?
Yes, these are the photographs that I took.
So that was the state of the scene when you entered that day?
Yes.
Now, at this time, the state moves into evidence State's Exhibit 38 through 62, as well as 63 and 66.
I'm sorry, you're on one moment, please.
Your Honor, just subject to our objections that we discussed earlier and the reasons behind so on Exhibits 63 and 66, no other objection.
Okay. And you're protected on the record. So 38 through 62 comes into evidence as well as 63 and 66.
Okay, same thing, Ford. I'm going to go through these with you one by one. Walk through the house with you. Showing you State's Exhibit 40.
So that is a photograph of the interior side of the front door, which is in a room that I referred to in my report as the front sitting room.
The city.
Yes.
Exhibit 38.
That is a close-up of the door handle to that front door, showing that it was in the locked position.
State's Exhibit 39.
So this is a photograph of the interior of that front sitting room, where you can see the victim and you can see some apparent drag marks as well.
It's Exhibit 41.
That is just a different view of the same thing, showing there are stains, apparent blood stains on the couch, as well as the pulling underneath of the couch, the drag marks, and you can see right there is one of the flower stems.
So you noted, you said drag marks.
Yes.
In this photo. Could you explain that a little bit more, how you derived that based on the pattern of the blood that is displayed in this photo?
So yes, as I referred to earlier, there's a pool of blood right there underneath of the couch. From that pool of blood, that blood being on the victim's clothing, when she was moved from that original location, it created the drag marks that you can see there on the floor. And then on top of these drag marks right here are what we refer to as drip stains. That just means that an object or person or thing that had blood on it, that blood volume dripped on top of those drag marks.
When you said you identified some flowers or flower stems in this photograph, could you show me specifically where they are? Is this what you're referring to right here?
Yes.
Okay. Showing you State's Exhibit 42.
So that is a close-up of the victim's right hand, mainly noting the chipped thumb fingernail, which is something that really stood out to me on scene.
Why does that stand out to you?
Broken fingernails can be a sign of a defensive, that the person tried to defend themselves. So that's what that broken fingernail kind of portrayed to me.
Are fingernails something you commonly collect in processing a murder scene?
Yes, it's standard procedure, but considering that one of them was broken, it became apparent that we would really need to focus on those fingernails.
Okay. Showing you State's Exhibit 49.
So this is another photograph of that far wall in the sitting room, again just showing that blood pooling underneath the couch. And then in this photograph you can also see some more of the rose petals and the leaves that are leading into the hallway.
Were you able to find the victim's phone at the scene?
Yes, the victim's phone, it's kind of hard to see. but it is right there in that blood pool.
Right here?
Yes.
Were you able to collect it?
Yes, it was collected.
Who did you subsequently give it to?
I gave it to Investigator Sparkman.
Okay. I want to bring your attention specifically to the couch.
Yes.
There. What do you notice about the accumulation of blood and what the significance of the location of the blood as it relates to the couch?
So with that blood volume being located there, we call that a pooling of blood. The coagulation of the blood tells me that a major artery was hit, and that also that is the site of where the initial incident occurred. Along with that, you can see some disturbances in the blood there. That also signifies that the couch was most likely moved after the incident.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 50.
So this is a close-up of that couch and coffee table area, showing the flower stems that were partially located underneath of that orange pillow and underneath the table. And it is also showing additional blood spatter that was caused. The location of that blood spatter, since it goes under the table, and the size and shape of those blood stains showed me that the table was also moved back into place after the incident.
Is that the victim's phone there in the bottom corner?
Yes.
Let me show you State's Exhibit 46.
So this is a close-up of those rose petals and leaves that are leading from the doorway to the sitting room from the hallway of the house.
State's Exhibit 45.
So that is the view of the sitting room from the hallway, just again showing those rose petals and leaves.
So that's the hallway looking towards the front door?
Yes.
State's Exhibit 43.
So this is a photograph of the hallway while standing in the living room, just showing how some of those flower petals go into the hallway, and also the discarded pair of sunglasses that was located in the hallway as well.
Exhibit 47.
This is a photograph from a further point in the living room, again just showing that entryway into the sitting room in the hallway.
So inside, that is the sitting room in that room.
Correct.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 51.
So this is a photograph from on top of that console table sitting in the sitting room where the victim's purse had been located, and it's just showing that some of the rose petals and stems had made it onto that table.
State's Exhibit 52.
This is showing the victim's purse that I was just referencing, and showing that the rose petals were also inside of her purse.
Approximately how many murder scenes have you processed?
Say close to 150.
Okay. You ever found flowers near the body?
No.
And I'm just going to go back really quick to 52. To the location of these flowers, were there some found inside her purse?
Yes.
And inside the items on top of the table?
Yes.
It's Exhibit 53.
So that's just another vantage point from the sitting room of all of the rose petals and the leaves that were located in that doorway.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 54.
So that is a blood stain that was located on the wall by the curtains on that front wall of the sitting room.
Were the curtains opened or closed?
The curtains were closed.
55.
So that is a close-up just with scale of that blood stain. That blood stain to me appears to be what we refer to as a transfer stain, meaning that an object or thing with blood on it touched a surface that did not have blood on it.
56.
That is a close-up of one of the gray sitting chairs next to that window on the front side of the sitting room, just showing the blood drops that had gotten into the surface of that chair.
57.
This shows those blood drips that I was referring to earlier near that gray chair. The reason that those are so significant is because they are farther away from that initial pooling that we saw underneath the couch. So what that means is that the shape of those blood drops tells me they're about 80 to 90 degrees, which means that an object with blood on it was directly over that area of the floor when that blood drop was created.
58. Where is this in that room?
That is over by the wall where those curtains and windows are located.
And that's the same, you're talking about the angle with which this blood was most likely transferred. That's different than what you were saying the drag marks were in the earlier exhibits?
Yes, drip stains are created by a blood drop just falling in motion from gravity, kind of if you had a nosebleed and the blood was just falling out of your nose. Because that area of the living room was so far away from the initial blood pool, that was not caused from the incident. It was most likely caused, again, like I said, from an object or a thing.
Please, the court, I would object to the opinion testimony that's being offered. I mean, this witness has not been offered as an expert, nor do crime scene techs get offered as or qualified as experts. The pictures all speak for themselves, so I would object to opinion testimony being offered.
Gotcha. She's testified to her experience in processing hundreds of these scenes and the training she's had. While this is not being offered as expert testimony, she's speaking to her rationally based perception of the angle that these blood droplets came from. As to Mr. Moyer's concern, it's right for cross-examination if he wants to offer a contrary opinion or pry into why she derives her opinion, but she's simply speaking to her experience.
I'm going to overrule your objection. It's no.
So as I was saying, those blood drops were most likely created from an object or a thing that was in that area.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 60.
So that is showing a clump of hair suspected to be the victim's that was found in an area of blood in the sitting room.
Is that area of blood what you described as the drag marks?
Yes.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 62.
So that is a blood stain that was located on that interior side of the front door. That is, once again, what we refer to as a transfer stain, meaning that an object that had blood on it touched a surface that did not.
Finally, State's Exhibit 66.
So this is a photograph of that front sitting room again, where you can see the victim that's located at the end of that drag trail, and additionally another smaller pool of blood, just signifying that wounds were still bleeding at that time.
So you spoke to flowers that were found at the crime scene. Did you collect those and identify those?
I did.
If I showed you pictures of those, would you recognize them?
Yes.
Show defense counsel it's marked as State's Exhibit 85 through 93. showing you what is State's Exhibit 85 through 93. Are those photographs that you took of the flowers, or some of the photographs that you took?
Yes, they are.
Your Honor, this time the State moves into evidence State's Exhibit 85 through 93.
No objection, Your Honor.
Objection 85 through 93 comes into evidence.
I'll show you State's Exhibit 86.
So that is a bundle, those are bundled stems with a rubber band that were located underneath of that orange pillow in the living room.
So that rubber band was on those stems?
Yes.
On collection?
Yes.
87?
That is just a different view of those same stems showing the leaves.
'89.
So that is a close-up of one of the flowers that was found on the sitting room floor.
You said wildflower.
Yes, it is a wildflower.
That's
Correct.
not a rose?
No.
State's Exhibit 90.
That is just a close-up of that same wildflower, just showing the coloring on it.
I'm going to expand on that a little bit. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 93. Are those the same stem?
No.
So the stem on the right is not a rose?
No, it's a wildflower.
State's Exhibit 90.
Just another close-up of that wildflower.
Approximately how many of the wildflowers did you collect?
I'm not sure.
6, say several?
Yes.
In your processing of the house and looking through everything, did you find any vases,
No, I did not.
containers for flowers?
No.
Okay. And in processing that house, I assume, did you take several collections for potentially DNA testing or blood testing?
Yes.
What about fingerprint lifting?
Yes.
Now, if someone's wearing gloves, do they leave fingerprints?
No.
After you process this scene, what are your next steps upon leaving Cane Road?
So I secured all the evidence that I collected, and then the next day I responded to the autopsy.
Okay. Did you take some pictures at the autopsy?
I did.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 109 and 110. Approaching you at 109 and 110. Are these two of the photographs you took at the autopsy?
Yes.
What do they show?
They're showing the decedent's left hand, which contains her engagement ring.
Okay. Your Honor, this time the State moves into evidence State's Exhibit 109 and 110.
Without objection.
Without objection, 109 and 110 come into evidence.
What are your duties when you're at the autopsy? What kind of things are you doing there?
So at autopsies, we take additional photographs of the victim and their injuries, as well as collecting clothing, DNA swabs, otherwise known as buccal swabs, fingernail clippings, head hair samples, and pubic hair samples.
Did you collect buccal swabs and fingernail clippings from Ms. Parcell?
I did.
If I showed you those collections, would you recognize them?
Yes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 94, 95, 96, and 97. Showing you 94, 95, 96, and 97. Starting with 94. What is 94?
94 is the fingernail clippings from the victim's right hand.
And could you describe for the jury, when you're taking these fingernail clippings at an autopsy, what is that process like?
So we have a sterile set of nail clippers that we remove from the packaging. We then place a piece of paper towel underneath of the victim's hands. I use those fingernail clippers to clip the clippings from her left hand, and then I do the same process with a different paper towel from her right hand. Those are packaged individually, and then the fingernail clippers are packaged and submitted as well.
And is that what you did here?
Yes.
With both her right and her left hand with respect to 94 and 95?
Yes.
What about 96 and 97? What are those?
So these are the buccal swabs that I collected from the victim at the autopsy.
I know we've had some testimony to that effect, but what exactly did you do there to collect those?
So we take a sterile cotton swab and we swab the inside of the person's cheek to collect those cheek cells and get DNA from them.
And you collected 2 of those?
I did.
All right, at this time the state moves into evidence. State's Exhibit 94 through 97.
No, I object to the introduction at this time, in that the chain of custody has not been established. These are fungible items, so it would not be proper until the chain is established.
Will you be putting them in later to another witness?
We'll have testimony through another witness, but she is the collector of these items.
Well, until that time, they'll just remain armed.
Understood.
Put them in.
On taking these samples, being the fingernail samples and the buccal swabs, what thereafter do you do with them?
I take them and I submit them to our property and evidence section.
Presumably for testing?
Yes.
Your Honor, I have no further questions for this witness at this time.
Any cross-examination?
Good morning, Ms. Ford. I just have a couple of questions for you.
Okay.
Just about those flowers that were talked about quite a bit during your testimony. First off, the ones that you testified are not roses. Was any determination made as to what particular species of flowers, what kind of flowers they were?
Just wildflowers.
When you say wildflowers, what exactly do you mean by that?
Things that you could just find in someone's yard.
Okay.
Just wildly grown in a field.
Okay, and that's just based on your training, or is that based on just your experience of just knowing about flowers?
Just experience about flowers, yeah.
Okay, and the way they were positioned in the house, they were just kind of randomly scattered throughout the house, right?
They were scattered, yes.
Yes, I mean, they weren't in any kind of arrangement or pattern or anything like that.
Yep, they were just scattered.
Okay, one moment, please. Oh, and I'm sorry, just to be clear, when I said scattered, we're talking about the roses and the wildflowers. They were just randomly scattered throughout the house, right?
They were scattered throughout the front sitting room area, yes.
Okay, and so they went basically out into the hallway just a little bit, but it was mainly in that area where the deceased was found, right?
Yes, there were some in the front of the sitting room, and then there were some located near the decedent as well.
Okay. And again, not in any kind of pattern or arrangement or anything like that?
No.
That's all. Thank you.
No redirect, Your Honor. We would ask to recall this witness at a later time.
Okay. And that would be allowed. Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Eric Turner.
Please stop at the end of the bench, sir. Please place your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Please be seated. Please state your name for the record.
Eric Turner.
And Mr. What is your rank?
I'm a deputy.
Deputy?
Yes, sir.
And who do you work with?
The Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
And what do you do for the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
I work in the school enforcement unit. I'm a school resource officer for several elementary schools in Greenville County on the east side.
And is that typically called an SRO?
It is.
Is that a
Yes,
school
sir.
resource officer?
Yes, sir.
Deputy Turner, I'm going to refer you back to October 13th, 2021. Were you working that day?
I was.
And were you called out for 122 canebrake?
I responded out there. Yes, sir.
Can you tell this jury how you responded?
Sure. I was in between schools. I had just left one. Let me go back. At the time, I had 4 elementary schools. So I had just left a school and was actually headed to Buena Vista, right near where the scene was. And so on my way, the call came out. I was close by. I said, hey, I'll run by there and check on it. It's right there at my school. I just want to make sure there wasn't any threat towards my school. So I responded there, notified dispatch that I was on the way.
About what time did you arrive to the location?
Within, I don't know the exact time, within just a few minutes of the call coming out, I was right behind the first arriving deputy. He was already out of his car.
And once you got there, what did you do?
I stood by with a gentleman later identified as Mr. Post and spoke with him while Deputy Robinson and his trainee went inside to check the residence.
And did you learn that the victim, Christina Parcell, had a daughter?
I did.
And what was your role in regards to her daughter?
So as soon as I found out that she had a daughter, I asked, do you know how old she is, where she goes to school? And he goes, actually, she goes to Buena Vista right there. That being my school, I immediately switched roles and went to, I've got to get to the school to make sure that the school is safe. He gave me just a little bit of background, family background. So I was under the impression, hey, there may be an issue with this child. So I stood by for just a few more minutes, and then I left and went to the school to make sure that everything was okay. Prior to me leaving, I actually called our front office at the school and asked, was this student there? And she said, yes, she's here. I said, do not let her leave with anybody. I want the school locked down until I get there. I'll be there in just a minute. So the school handled their protocol, did what they were supposed to do. And then I arrived and made confirmation that she was there, she was in a classroom, and she was safe.
Okay. So as soon as you found out about Christina Parcell's daughter, you arrived at the school, right?
Yes, sir.
And when you arrived there, did you talk to anybody?
Just the administration. And they confirmed back to me, hey, she's in the classroom, she's good. I'm like, let's leave her there. I don't want anything to disturb her normal day until we figure out what's going on.
And then how did y'all decide when and how Christina Parcell's daughter was going to leave?
We kind of discussed what was going on. I told them, as far as I was concerned, just let her have a regular day. There's no need to take her out of the class. and let's just let her proceed with her day, leave as normal. I spoke with a couple of the investigators, and it was determined just she can leave with the family member like she normally does. They walk them up to, it's called the front path, goes out of the front of the school, and they walk home because they live right there. And so we just allowed that to proceed on as normal, like she does every day.
Please answer any questions, ma'am.
Thank you, sir.
May it please the court. Deputy Turner, you had a body-worn camera that day, did you not?
I did, sir.
And did you take steps to record some of the activities that you engaged in or around Canebrake on that afternoon?
I did. As soon as I got out of the car, I believe, shortly after getting out, it was on.
So, what time is Buena Vista let out of school typically?
2:15.
Okay. And so, maybe it's a silly question, but on that day when school was let out, Ida would be coming home. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
And being a school resource officer, you're familiar with issues related to children's attendance at school. Is that correct?
It's really none of my business. If the attendance clerk brings it up, I may do something about it. But
Deputy Turner, if a student at Buena Vista, let's say she didn't want to go home, would the law make her go home?
Objection, Your Honor. Speculation.
I'm just asking if he knows that.
I mean, it has happened before, not with me.
But if a student says, I don't want to go home, I'm not going home, must the student go home?
Again, we're going to look into it, probably contact DSS, get them involved in it, our investigators, our crimes against children investigators, and figure out what's going on, why this child doesn't want to go home, stuff like that.
That's further, Your Honor.
Okay. Any redirect?
No redirect, Your Honor.
It's now a good time to take a little break.
The next witness is going to be quiet. Leave the Your Honor.
Okay, thank you. You may step down, sir. Thank you, sir. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take a morning break. Again, no discussion about this case amongst yourselves or anyone. And again, I thank you for your service. Enjoy your break.
All right, so they take their morning break. Child Junkies United. Objection, the day she comes to understand you all let her carry on as normal, she will have some very serious issues with that. Yeah, that's kind of weird. Irish Amy, the sister had visitation, but then the daughter accused her of taking dodgy photos of her, so Mello got full custody. So again, maybe that's why this all happened, that they found out that Christina and Tina were taking photos of the daughter with her friend. Oh my God, I just can't imagine. All right, let's get through this. I've got a meeting in like 5 minutes, so I want chat to take questions while I'm at my meeting from 11:30 to 12. I would love to show the photos. You know what? I'm going to hold off. We heard from Caitlin Ford, who was the forensic technician, and I took a bunch of screenshots, so we'll go through those while I recap. So I'm going to get ready for this meeting I have at 11:30. So chat, please take notes for the next what do you call it? The next witness, because I will be on the phone. I will be indisposed. So hopefully chat. Yes, note takers unite. Note takers unite. I need chat to cover for me while I'm in this meeting. Irish Amy, that does sound like a motive to me. Well, it's kind of like that sheriff who shot the judge. The judge was telling women that were in jail waiting to go to trial, hey, do me a favor, I'll do you a favor. So thank you, Justice. It's all good. I mean, it's a client that I've had for years and years. Oops, don't need that one. It's a client I've had for years. I even actually worked in-house for them for a year and a half, right before COVID, and then right as COVID was hitting. So I've maintained a relationship with them. So it's all good. It's going to be an easy one. Yeah, I didn't shoot the deputy, right? Who shot that sheriff? Gordon, how you doing, buddy? Good to see you. Therapist, y'all got to behave while I take notes. Yes, don't stress out our mods, chat. I will be away for half an hour. I mean, I'll be here. You'll see me talking. I'm going to have headphones on, but you'll see me. Dreamer Landry, we got you. All right, thank you. Appreciate that. Yes. All right. I'm going to put this back on. I don't know how long he takes a break, maybe 10 minutes, 15 minutes. So everything's ready to go. I'm just going to pop out. You'll see me talking. I'm going to leave myself on screen. Yep, widespread. We've got a good chat. They won't just misbehave while I'm away. Yeah. Justice, while the cat's away, the mice will play. Super Ball's right here. She's sitting right here, so she's going to keep an eye on you guys. She's going to keep an eye on you. All right, I'm going to get ready for this meeting. You guys, yes, please behave. Please behave. And I will see you in about a half an hour or so.
too. I mean, we have both sides.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, I'll flip over, but yeah. It's been good.
How about now? Better? Is that hum gone?
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Tina Parcell.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Grab this water in that pitcher. There's Kleenex if you need them.
And I will need water.
Okay. Just push the button on top. Okay.
Thank you.
Close to the light.
Please state your name for the record.
My name is Christina Parcell. I go by Tina.
Ms. Parcell, where do you reside?
I would prefer not to give my home address, but I do live in Greenville County.
Greenville County?
Yes.
And what is your relationship to Christina Parcell?
She's my younger sister.
And so, can you tell this jury a little bit about y'all's relationship going back to the 2000s and kind of taking us through that?
Sure. I mean, she was 2 years younger than me, so we were close. We were different people, but we were, close in age, close as sisters. Early 2000s, she'd gotten married for the second time. I got married for the first time. We were both living our lives. We were close, but not intertwined, I guess would be the best way to put it. And we were friends, not best friends, but we were friends. We were still, young enough where all of your childhood, younger, older sister relation, all of that baggage hadn't quite gone away yet.
And did she ever begin a relationship with John Mello?
Yes, she began dating Mr. Mello, I believe, around December of 2008.
And in 2008, where were y'all living?
2008, I lived near downtown on Glen Street, right behind Cleveland Park. My sister lived at that time, in her home in Greer with her estranged husband.
And how long did Christina Parcell and John Mello date?
They broke up, to my understanding, October of 2015, so just under 7 years.
And during that time, did she have a child?
She did. She had my niece.
And when was your niece born?
June of 2012.
And so during the time in which Christina Parcell was dating John Mello, what kind of relationship did y'all have?
So they began seeing each other, again, just based off of my sister's papers and all of that sort of thing. December of 2008. I'm the kind of person I have to put things in place and time. So December of 2009, my dad had his first stroke when he was 51. And within a year, so April or May of the next year, my sister wrote a letter cutting off contact with our whole family, saying that she had reached a new place of spiritual love and needed to only have true and pure love in her life, etc.
And so around 2009, did you see her very often?
I would see her less and less in 2009, and then beginning in 2010, she cut off contact, and we didn't see her for 4 years.
So from about 2009 to 2013?
2010 to 2014, we didn't see her for 4 years.
And did y'all have the occasion to reconnect?
My sister reached back out to my parents July of 2014. My parents found out they had a grandchild. That my niece was 2 years old. My sister began reconnecting. She reached out to me. We met for, I don't know if it's lunch or dinner, but Freddy's Custard and Easley was the first time I kind of got to see her and my niece again for the first time in 2014.
And so during that time, did you know where Christina Parcell was living?
She lived at a house at Easley on 3rd Avenue or 3rd Street. I don't remember Avenue or Street.
And is that where she brought home her daughter?
Yes, my understanding is Aida lived with her full time. The photos I've seen of that time period, she had a room, there were photos there, they lived together.
And so she was raising your niece during that first couple of years?
Yes, and all the court documentation follows that as well.
And during that time, did you have the occasion to meet John Mello?
Not during the first few years of my niece's life because we didn't have contact. I met him maybe a time or two from 2014 to when they broke up in 2015.
Now, did they ever live together?
No, he was living with his wife at the time.
So around 2014, 2015, you and your sister sort of reconnected?
She reconnected with the whole family, correct.
And did Christina Parcell and John Mello ever engage in disputes over who had rights to their daughter?
For years, yes.
About when did that custody dispute begin?
They broke up sometime in October of 2015, and I know that she had a family court deposition in March of 2016, so almost immediately would be the best I could put it.
So about the time y'all reconnected, she was already engaged in disputes with John Mello over the custody of their daughter.
I don't believe that they were. I don't believe they had begun in 2014 when she first started reconnecting with our family, but within that next year, shortly after they broke up.
So from that point on, were you, in, I don't want to say involved, but were you aware of the dispute, and did you support your sister during that time?
Well, sure. Not financially, emotionally, or, you know, because we had been estranged for 4 years, that is, it sounds so trite. It's a big hurt. You know, this is my baby sister, and I'm trying to find a way to put her back in my life. So even though she was going through this custody battle, I was also kind of trying to get over my hurt feelings with her. So we interacted, but we weren't, again, you know, tied at the hip best friends at that point.
And so as time goes on, did the custody dispute continue?
For years, yes.
And did Christina Parcell begin a relationship with Brad Post?
Yes, she did.
About what time did she begin that relationship?
Again, based on documentation I've seen in her effects, within a few months of ending things with John Mello.
So around 2015?
Yes.
And so pushing up to 2020 time frame, did your relationship with her grow closer?
Yes, in January of 2020, my mom was diagnosed with stage 4 lymphoma, which is scary, and you dropped something. It's scary, it's aggressive. My sister and I met for lunch, and we're making a plan for how are we going to get my mom through this. If something happens to mom, how are we going to take care of our dad? He's had multiple strokes. And during this lunch, she looked at me and said, I really want you to be a bigger part of my life and my niece's life. And so we started consciously choosing to be more involved with each other.
And at that time, where was everybody living?
So at that time, COVID, I was sheltering in place with my estranged husband in my marital home in Greer. That's awkward, but it was. My sister, again, she rented a duplex, so when she had visitation with my niece, they would do those visitations in the duplex, and then when she was not living in the duplex, she spent her time with Brad Post.
Okay, and up until about 2020, did John Mello and Christina Parcell share custody of Aida?
Early on, I hate this phrase, but it's the only one I can really know. They had a gentleman's agreement early on, about custody that suddenly nobody agreed to, so they went into court. John had primary custody. My sister had visitation, standard visitation every other weekend, weeks during the summer, time on birthday and Mother's Day, at the holidays. I think it's Richards Brown. I don't remember the name.
And so, and then during all this time, was there litigation going on between the two?
Yes, multiple times.
So I'm going to take you to about October of 2020.
Yes.
Did John Mello leave the country with your niece?
Yes, he emailed my sister and said we won't be here for the next visit weekend, can't make it to the next visit weekend, something to that effect, and missed the court-ordered scheduled visitation. Didn't know where or why necessarily until shortly after, when we discovered they were out of the country.
And so in October of 2020, where was Christina living, that same duplex?
Again, March going to April of 2020, I'm sheltering in place with my now ex-husband, so super great. I decided I didn't want to do that, and I'm getting an apartment for myself. And my sister had just said, I want us to be closer, and her lease on that duplex was coming due in that spring of 2020, and I told her, I'm getting an apartment. I can get a 3-bedroom apartment. I clearly am a army of one and don't need a 3-bedroom, but if I got a 3-bedroom, then you could have your visit weekends with me, and we can spend time together. We have a playground, have a pool, etc., etc. So summer going into fall of 2020, my sister had her visit weekends with my niece in my apartment, and then she, again, was living for the most part with post non-visit weekends or non-visit weeks.
And was Christina Parcell working during this time?
Yes, she was a vet tech.
Was she a full-time vet tech or?
No, at that time she was part-time.
So in 2020, y'all discover that your niece has left the country with John Mello.
Yes.
Did this sort of set off a new set of litigation as far as the custody dispute is concerned?
Yes, she filed a rule to show cause in family court under the then agreement that she had, because they had reached an agreement. He was in violation of that agreement. Rule to show cause was, the family court equivalent of you broke the agreement. Once we determined where he was, she had already spoken to family court, her lawyer, Greenville County, tried to reach out to SLED, tried to reach out to the FBI. Once we discovered where they were, started investigating, how do you get someone back from a foreign country?
And was she dedicated to trying to get her daughter back?
Every day.
So what did she do?
Once we finally figured out that there is a Hague Convention for child abduction, not just war crimes, but truly for child abduction, reached out to the State Department. Her first contact was Zach, and then the second contact was a woman named April Conway. And essentially, you go through this entire application of the circumstances. You have to provide the court orders, the existing orders, that funnels up through the State Department to, they call it the Central Authority. So the U.S. Central Authority then reaches over to their counterpart in whatever the country is, because this happens for all of these countries that are a part of the convention. And then it goes down their chain. In this case, it was Italy.
And when did she start that process?
Oh, we found out where they were late October or early November, so probably November, possibly December of 2020.
And again, how did you find out that your niece was in Italy?
Her father posted a photo on Facebook of her standing in, think like a cobblestone plaza type situation. It was nighttime. There was a banner on the wall behind her that said the name Rovigo, Italy. And once we began searching down that rabbit hole, we found an online news article.
And were you having any contact with your niece at that time?
First time my sister got to speak with my niece was Christmas Day of 2020, so it had been 2.5 months.
All right, so you mentioned this Hague Convention. Did Christina continue to pursue that and, in fact, have some hearings in Italy regarding the ultimate custody of your niece?
Yes, so when you go through this process with The Hague, I am not an expert, but this is one of those things that kind of sticks with you. Since it goes through the central authority, essentially that other country, their government is acting on your behalf. So the equivalent of Walt in Italy was representing my sister. It's not that she had to hire an attorney. The state or the nation of Italy was doing it, because this is all international agreements and arrangements. All communication was done to her through the State Department. So they channel up, it goes over, it comes down, and back and forth. The State Department let her know that a hearing had been scheduled for February of 2021, and that she could attend either virtually or in person. And she called me to let me know. I was at work. She called me, and I asked her if she wanted to go, and she said yes. And I asked her if she wanted me to go with her, and she said yes. So I bought 2 round-trip tickets that day.
And did y'all ultimately go to Italy for a hearing?
We flew out of Atlanta on Wednesday, March 10th. We arrived in Venice, Italy, at the Marco Polo Airport. The things that stick with you. We arrived around noon that Thursday. Court was the morning of Friday. We flew back to the States that Sunday.
And were you successful in getting your niece back?
We were nothing at getting my niece back. There was no decision reached in that trip in March. They said they would deliberate and they would reach out with more information.
Now, when you were there, did you get to see your niece?
Did I lay eyes on her? Yes.
Did you get to speak with her?
And again, this is just based on what happened, not I know the rules of Italy. But when we were there, they said the mother has to go in, the father has to go in, and the minor child cannot go in. He brought her to court, and she was not allowed to go in the courtroom, and she had to stay outside of the courtroom. I couldn't go in because I wasn't a party. She was now an unattended minor in a foreign country, which is, again, not great. And they asked if I would watch her. His attorneys asked that I not speak with her. That wasn't a court order. It was just, hey, can you sit here and watch her and not say anything?
And was John Mello there as well?
Yes, he's the one that brought my niece into court for that hearing.
So did y'all ever return back to Italy again?
My sister returned to Italy. So this was in March of 2021. She, again, received notice from the State Department it felt like forever, of course, but a few weeks later, either end of March, beginning of April, there's another hearing. Again, you can attend virtually or in person. She said, I want to go in person. I asked if she wanted me to go again, and she said, no, I'll go by myself.
And so did she fly to Italy?
She did fly to Italy, give or take tax day.
And was she successful in getting the return of your niece?
At first there was no decision reached, and they said you can leave and come back when we decide. She opted to stay, and a few days later, I can check my records for actual dates, a few days later, they let her know that they had decided to repatriate. Italy repatriated my niece to my sister. John Mello and my niece were brought to a police station. Aida was given to my sister. My sister then had to wait a week to get a replacement passport for my niece because hers had expired when they were in Italy.
While Christina was over there, did she have to hire bodyguards?
We had 2 bodyguards. When we were there, we weren't allowed to, because again, COVID, we weren't allowed to take public transportation. We weren't allowed to sit down in restaurants. So we did have 2 people that were hired to both provide some protection for that day in court, but also to get us from point A to point B while we were in court. And she had the same staff were hired when she went back.
So what day did Christina and your niece return?
April 22nd of 2021.
So when they returned, to what residence did they initially go?
They started living with me full-time in the apartment that we discussed. The lease on that apartment was up in the middle of May, so I'd already started making arrangements to, live somewhere rather than renew the lease on the apartment.
And so, did you eventually secure another location?
I had made an offer to buy the Canebrake home December 17th of 2020. I'd already been trying to buy that house for 4 months.
And did y'all eventually move into 122 Canebrake?
We moved into 122 Canebrake on May 14th of 2021.
So when once y'all moved in, you and who all lived there?
I was in the master bedroom, a nice tan with wood trim and a bay window. My sister was across the hall in a not great yellow bedroom. My niece was down the hall from her in what came as a hot pink bedroom. And she was thrilled about that. So it was the three of us. I had chosen this home. It was large enough. There was an ensuite. You saw it in the walkthrough. The salmon colored in the back had its own full bathroom, and that was going to be where my parents could live if they needed to in the future. So it was the three of us.
So you talked about this custody dispute, let's call it, before John Mel and your niece went to Italy. Yes. And now we're past that. During this time frame up until May of 2020, how would you describe the dispute, this custody dispute between Christina and John?
It was active until the moment she died. There were still hearings while he was in Italy. He did not return to the United States for the, I guess it was 5 months, 3 weeks that they were here, almost 6 months. He would attempt to retain counsel, or did retain counsel, though it attend a hearing on his behalf. There was a hearing with regards to when could phone calls happen.
Did y'all ever fear for your safety or anybody, or your niece's safety, or your safety?
We wouldn't let her play outside by herself. It is a beautiful neighborhood, an exceedingly safe neighborhood. I mean, kids everywhere. So it's not that the neighborhood wasn't safe. We just didn't want her to be playing by herself. We didn't want her to get taken. The front window, part of why we always left it open was so we could see the front yard if she was out there.
Did John Mel ever do anything that made y'all feel unsafe?
Can you be more specific with your question with regards to place and time?
Around that time.
Around that time, I can't say if it was John Mello or not. I know that my employer received an anonymous packet full of John Mello and my sister's family court documents, and I know my sister didn't send it.
About the end of June and July, do you remember Christina and Brad Post receiving some envelopes?
Yes. I didn't. Many envelopes. It was kind of a flurry of activity as to had all of them arrived in our neighborhood, his neighborhood, the guardian, her attorney, her employer. It was.
Were you aware of the contents of those photos?
Yes.
I mean, of those envelopes?
Yes.
What were the contents of those envelopes?
If it were something that existed in South Carolina, I would call it revenge porn, but apparently that's not illegal here, so.
So they were
naked pictures of my sister.
All right, I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 1 for identification purposes only. And I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 1A and 1B. And I'm going to ask you if you recognize these photos. And I'm sorry to have to show you these to you.
Yes, that is my sister, Christina.
And then I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 6, envelope State's Exhibit 6, and ask you if you recognize photos 6A, B, C, D, E, and F.
Yes, those are all my sister.
So, y'all received these about June and July of 2021.
Yes.
Now, did your sister go to the police?
Yes, she went to the police. She went to a postal inspector.
In regards to the photos, how do you know that's your sister?
I'm going to try not to be. I recognize her, having known her her entire life. I recognize her haircut. I recognize her tattoos.
And can you give this jury a time frame of when those photos were taken?
Based on the length of her hair and again the state of her tattoos, I would say somewhere between 2010 and 2011.
And was that the time in which she was dating John Mello?
That's correct.
Now, so how old would Christina Parcell be?
She was born in 1980, so 2010 she would have been 30, 2011 31.
30, 31?
Mm-hmm.
So now I'm going to take you to, well, when did y'all move in? When did you move into the Canebrake house?
May 14th of 2021.
So from then until October 13th, 2021, what was life like?
Well, it was still COVID, but it was less COVID-y than it had been. So my niece joined the swim team and played her first team sport. She had friends in the neighborhood. She miraculously was promoted from 3rd to 4th grade, even though she missed 6 months of that school year. I worked downtown. My mother would come and babysit if Christina and I both had to work, or maybe our schedules overlapped. And I know that this sounds odd, but I would text my sister, I'm coming home, can you chop the onions? I'm making this for dinner, or I'm going to the grocery. I mean, it was a really standard, we're living together and we have a kid and school and etc.
So I'm going to take you to October 13th, 2021. Where were you working that day?
I worked at a company called Norris Financial Group in downtown Greenville.
And we've seen video of your car leaving. Do you remember about what time you left to go to work?
That's not my car. That was a rental. But I left, give or take, 8:30 that morning.
And went to work?
I did go to work, yes.
And when did you realize that this incident happened?
I had a voicemail. My phone hadn't rang, but I had a voicemail. I don't know. It's a thing that happens sometimes. And it was from Brad Post saying there's emergency at home. You need to, emergency at the house. You need to come home. And so I grabbed my purse, walked into the hall, told my boss, there's an emergency at the house. I'm going to go home. And made my way to the car.
And before you left for work, what was going on inside the household as far as Christina and your niece and everybody?
Do you mean
About
that?
what time did they
Do you mean
wake up?
that morning? Okay. I slept a little later than normal. Who knows why? And Christina had a job interview, so she was not necessarily up earlier than normal, but trying to get the day started and out the door earlier than normal. So she took Aida to school while I was drinking my morning coffee in that middle sitting room, where we called it the den. That's where we spent our time. Christina came back. She had forgotten the school communication folder that you're supposed to bring back every week. She had forgotten that. So she came back to the house to get the school communication folder and stood in the doorway and said she had a hair appointment that afternoon and it was gymnastics that afternoon and what are we going to cook for dinner? And then she said, I love you, bye. And she walked out the door.
And when did you first hear about this incident?
The voicemail from Post said there was an emergency, and as I was going back to my car, he called again, and I again went straight to voicemail, so I called him back, and he said, it's her, I think she's dead. And so I got there as fast as I could.
So did you arrive back at the house?
Give or take 11:30 that morning, yes.
Now, in regards to your house, what door do y'all namely do you namely use to enter and exit the house, and which doors do you have keys to? Explain to this jury your front and side door.
Yeah. So I made an offer December of 2020. Less than a year into COVID, and what neither I nor my realtor knew, this house was under foreclosure. We didn't know that. And because of COVID, all foreclosures were under a moratorium. So it was in foreclosure, but they, not done in foreclosure. And we kept trying to complete the sale and couldn't get the final number that you had to have, the close number, the actual dollars you had to have. So by the time the lease was coming up on the apartment, I have to have a place to live. I want to buy this house. And so we had what's called an occupancy prior to purchase agreement, where you're essentially renting the house from the people that own it. So we had this, so I could move in before I owned the house, but it's still a rental. So we had keys for the front door only. We didn't have a key for the back door, and since I didn't own the home, I couldn't change the locks. It was a rental. So when we came and went day in, day out, we would go through that front door. That first month, more than one occasion, we would go out the back door, go play in the yard, try and come back in the back door and get locked out because we had no key for the back door. And, I crawled in through the garage one time to get in the house. So when we were home,
When you say back door, is that the door down the side of the driveway?
Yes, I would go into the sunroom, which was my office. And so when we were home, we would leave that door open, but really tried to be diligent to lock it up at night, when leaving, etc.
So you would lock both doors when y'all were going to sleep at night.
Yes, and it's just part of that nighttime routine. You go, you check the doors, you turn off the lights, slide the deadbolt on the front door because it had a little slidey lock, and then go on down the hallway.
So if you were going to get out of your car in your driveway and you were coming home from work, which door would you typically use?
Always the front door, not typically, always.
Always the front door?
Yes.
So it would be normal if Christina Parcell arrived home from a job interview, which door would she you imagine she would enter into?
She could only enter the front door.
So, what about the curtains in the front of the front room?
Well, as I mentioned earlier, they were kept open.
And what was that front room meant for?
So it's a standard ranch house where you have that front long, skinny, formal living room that nobody uses unless you're the kind of person that has furniture with plastic on it, and that's not my life. So, yeah, I see that. You know what I'm talking about. But that front window got a lot of light, so, and you saw in some of the photos, my sister kept her plants there. We had my 2 silver chairs. The neighborhood kids and my niece would do puzzles in that room, arts and crafts. My sister had a desk where she did her schoolwork that was in front of the smaller window, but it wasn't the TV room or the family congregation eat dinner room. We did that in the den on the other side of that wall.
And so when you left that morning for work, were those blinds open or were they closed?
We always left because it was always open. Blinds and curtains were always open to get lights in for the plants. We didn't keep a light on in that room, so we weren't concerned, say at nighttime, we weren't concerned people were going to see us through that window because we didn't do anything in that room at nighttime that people would see. We were on the other wall, so it was just always open.
So when on this incident, did you talk with law enforcement about that day? Did they interview you? Did you talk to them?
Yes, I sat in Investigator Sparkman's vehicle, and he said, tell me the history of your sister, and I said, how far back do you want me to go?
Did you kind of tell him what you told us jury today?
And then some, yes.
Did you tell him anybody you thought might have done this?
I said I absolutely believe John Mello did it.
Did you know where John Mello was located?
I knew he was supposedly in Italy, but who knows?
And Ms. Parcell, have you ever met Zach Hughes?
No.
Have you ever spoken to him?
I've spoken at him, but no, never with him.
Prior to October of 2021, have you ever spoken to him?
No.
Ever seen him before?
No.
Noticed him?
No.
Have you ever seen Christina Parcell talk to him?
No.
He's never been to the house?
Oh, no. Not while I was there. I wasn't there 24/7, but no.
Did you know her to ever have any communications with him?
I found this week when I was reviewing all of the legal files an email John Mello sent to my sister where he CC'd.
Y'all can approach.
I'll sustain your objections.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Have you ever known Christina Parcell to have any interaction with
No, absolutely no interaction, no.
Ms. Parcell, you've heard testimony here yesterday, that there was cocaine, a small bag of cocaine found in that front sitting room. Do you ever use cocaine?
No.
Did y'all keep cocaine in the house?
No.
Did you know Christina to use cocaine?
I've never seen her do cocaine.
And we've discussed this child custody dispute. Was there a guardian appointed to your niece?
Yes, so once my niece was taken and my sister filed a rule to show cause, which essentially opens up the prior action that had been settled, the court appointed a guardian ad litem to act in the best interest of my niece.
And would the guardian keep in contact with Christina Parcell?
The guardian was in very frequent contact with Christina. The guardian did home visits of my apartment, number one, because that's where I would have been returned to. She also did a home visit of Canebrake. I'd have to check paperwork to see if Christina took drug tests during that time. There were many over the years. So,
You know that she was asked to take drug tests.
oh, many times over the years.
Did you ever know Christina to use cocaine?
No.
All right, Ms. Parcell, if you'll just answer any questions this council may have.
Cross-examination.
Good morning, Mr. Purcell. My name is Mark Moyer. And I have some questions for you today. Okay. So just want to start off with a little bit about your background with Ms. Parcell. You said Christina was about 2 years younger than you, is that right?
2 years, 4 days.
2 years, 4 days. And you all began living together the first time was at the Woodruff Road apartment, is that right?
I had room in my apartment designated for her to have visitation with my niece. Yes.
Okay, so y'all weren't living together at the.
As I testified to earlier, she had visitations with my niece under my roof at that apartment, but my sister herself typically lived with hosts during those times.
Okay, and it wasn't until you all moved into the Canebrake house that you all were living together.
No, as I testified earlier, when my sister and my niece returned from Italy, April 22nd of 2021, my niece and my sister lived with me full time. The first few weeks I was still at the apartment, but we moved into Canebrake May 14th of 2021.
Okay. I want to ask you a little bit about the custody disputes that were going on. You said you did not stay very much involved in the actual disputes at the beginning of that. Isn't that right?
No, that is not actually the character of my testimony. What I said was that my sister and I were becoming closer and essentially trying to get closer after she had cut contact with me for 4 years. So that's not something you get over quickly.
Sure.
Or immediately.
I understand. But that kept you from staying very much in tune with exactly what was going on at that time, right?
Well, that and John Mello threatening to have me charged with kidnapping, that also had a factor in it.
Okay. And you gave up, Christina gave up custody of Aida to John Mello, didn't she?
No, I don't believe that's actually accurate, and I would like to make sure it's accurate. As I testified earlier, she and Mr. Mello had a quote-unquote gentleman's agreement, and then when my sister was not receiving the visitation she thought she was due, that's when the actual court actions began, which is not in any way, shape, or form the same as giving up custody, I believe.
Okay, but John Mello had primary custody.
I believe that the agreement was written that he had custody and she had visitation, correct?
Okay. So that was in the court documents, that he had custody, and she didn't dispute that. She didn't fight that, did she?
She had fought that repeatedly, trying to get custody, and then would reach an agreement with him.
But not initially, though. When that first document came out for where John got custody, when John Mello got custody, she did not,
Mr. Mello had physical custody before there was a document in that original Pickens County family court action. Mr. Mello had physical custody and was not allowing my sister to have visitation, so she took him to court and then reached an agreement where he retained custody, but he was not granted custody by the court.
Okay, but she reached an agreement, so they didn't have to fight it out in the courts because she allowed him to have custody, correct?
That is the agreement which she reached. That's not the same as allowing, but sure.
Well, she agreed to it. That's what an agreement is, right? Correct?
She entered that agreement, yes.
Okay, thank you. And it was not until Ida was taken to Italy by John that she began trying to get full custody. Is that true?
No, they had multiple family court cases. Sometimes she initiated, sometimes he initiated, trying to modify the agreement that they had.
And it wasn't modified until after she came back, Ida came back from Italy, right?
Honestly, I would have to check the paperwork.
Okay. Now, You had met Brad Post before he started dating Christina in 2015 or 2016, correct?
He was a customer at my father's cigar store.
Right. And that was somewhere around 2000 or 2001 when you met him?
I couldn't tell you. He was a person that sat in my father's cigar store, so I couldn't tell you the first time I noticed him as a human being, no.
Okay, and you worked for him for a period of time?
No, I did not.
You don't remember?
My sister worked for him, I did not.
Your sister did, but you never worked for him?
My father?
No, did you never work for Brad Post?
So I worked for a company. It was originally called eBridge Technologies. It was owned by Braddock Cunningham. It was a software company. That is where I worked. And then Mr. Cunningham is the one who began purchasing NC&E, Network Controls and Electric. So no, I did not work for Brad Post. I worked for Brad Cunningham, who purchased NC&E from Brad Post.
Okay, so if Brad Post said that you worked for him, that would be incorrect?
I never heard him say I worked for him, so I don't know what to tell you.
Okay, I'm saying if he did, he told this department that you worked for him for a period of time, that would not be true?
No, I worked for eBridge Technologies, which again, I don't want to say subsidiary because I didn't do any of the paperwork, but eBridge Technologies, that software company, kind of merged with Network Controls and Electric once Braddock Cunningham became the person that was buying NC&E.
Okay. Christina was working part-time at as a vet tech, correct?
Correct.
When she died. And Bradley Post was helping her out financially, was he not?
I couldn't give you any type of dollar amounts, but I assume so.
Was he helping with the house at Cambridge?
No.
Okay, but you all had conversations about when you were having trouble getting the house. Did you not have conversations with Christina about getting Brad Post involved to help with that?
No, I unequivocally did not want Brad Post involved.
Okay. So you never talked to Christina about, you never sent her an email or said, this house is more expensive than I thought, so maybe Brad Post could buy it and then we could rent from him?
No. So I found out October 9th, 2021, that the people I was trying to buy the home for, again, it was in foreclosure. Foreclosures were in forbearance because of COVID, and the dollar amount, the cost to close kept going up, going up, going up. My realtor called me that Saturday and said, it's got to be this much. It was approximately 10 to 15% more than I was approved for. And I told her, I can't do that, but give me a couple days. I'm going to figure something out. And so my sister and I began texting new houses to try and buy a different house, which meant I was looking for a new house at the time my sister was murdered, which means I was not trying to have Brad Post buy Cambridge so I could rent it from him.
Okay. Now, when John Mello took his daughter and Christina's daughter to Italy, he had the primary custody at the time, didn't he?
That was the agreement, and also he was to allow visitation as per the agreement he reached in family court, yes.
Okay. And he was a dual citizen of this country.
He claims to be a dual citizen.
He was a dual citizen of this country and Italy, isn't that true?
I know he claims to be a dual citizen. I cannot ascertain the truth of that statement.
And your niece became an Italian citizen while she was in Italy.
I know he claims she became an Italian citizen. I cannot ascertain the truth of that statement.
Okay. And you talked about having a bodyguard or someone to drive you around while you were in Italy and then back here. Brad Post was paying for that, wasn't he?
I don't know who paid. I didn't see an invoice.
So when Christina went to Italy in mid-April for the final hearing, she went alone that time, as you testified, correct?
I didn't go with her. That's correct. I understand she went alone.
And she returned to this country with Aida, right?
She returned with my niece April 22nd when they landed in Greenville.
And you met her at the airport?
Yes, I did.
The guardian ad litem was there?
Yes, she was.
Brad Post was there?
Yes, he was.
Who else was there?
Representative from Lindsey Graham's office was there. Friends of the family were there. My parents. People. My sister's neighbor from the duplex where she used to live, and her children were there.
And Brad Post was there?
As I stated earlier, yes, he was there.
And he proposed to her at the airport, didn't he?
That was a choice that he made, yes.
Then there was a welcome party later that night too, same day?
No, sir. Everybody was at the airport with flowers, with balloons, with signs. My sister and my niece got packed into my car. I took them to the apartment. I picked up Indian takeout food, and we ate Indian takeout food at my home that night.
Okay, so the welcome party was what happened at the airport.
Yes.
And so just to be clear then, Aida was out of the home and gone between October the 5th of 2020 and then mid-April of 2021, correct?
My understanding is October 4th, but again, since I was not there when they left the flight, I would have to check documents.
Okay, now you all moved into the Canebrake house on May the 14th of 2021, right?
That's correct. That's when the movers came on Friday the 14th.
Okay, and you testified today something that contradicts what you told Investigator Sparkman in your interview about where everyone stayed in the house.
I was in the tan room, the master room, in the back with the bay window, right over the nook. My sister was across the hall in the yellow bedroom. My niece's bedroom was the hot pink bedroom just down the hall.
Okay, but you told Investigator Sparkman that room had been turned into a playroom and that your niece
No,
stayed...
the purple bedroom was going to be the designated playroom.
So do you not remember telling Investigator Sparkman that your niece slept in the bed in the same room with Christina?
No, I'm not saying she didn't. I'm saying there were times that she would sleep there. She would sleep on the couch. She might sleep in her bed. And my understanding is she co-slept with her father as well.
And you told Investigator Sparkman, though, that she didn't have a room, that the room that was supposed to be for her was turned into a playroom and that she stayed with Christina.
I don't believe I said that she didn't have a room. It clearly had her toys in it, had her clothes in it, had her bed in it. Now, again, I just discovered that my sister was dead in my house and I was homeless, so it's entirely possible I misspoke, and for that I apologize.
Okay, that was several days later. It wasn't the same day.
And again, I'm sorry if I misspoke.
Okay. Now, Brad Post would come by the house every day, would he not?
I can't say it was every day. Depending on the mercurial relationship, sometimes they were in a better spot. So there would be times where he wouldn't come over at all. There would be times where he would come over and have dinner.
Okay. But while they were dating and not broken up, as you told Investigator Sparkman, Brad Post would come over every day. Isn't that true?
Bless you. Again, not a matter of broken up. If they were in a good patch or a bad patch, as anybody is having a good patch or a bad patch, there would be times he'd be there every day, yes, for dinner or what have you. There would be times where he wasn't.
Okay. Now, you mentioned Ida wasn't allowed to play outside.
No, I said we wouldn't let her play outside by herself.
By herself. So, and you mentioned that she had friends in the neighborhood, so would friends come over and play inside with her in the house?
Well, no, she would play outside with friends. We would do our best to, again, keep an eye out on her, on the friends, as any adult would do to make sure the children are going to be safe, especially with the creek nearby. So she would play in the house, outside of the house.
Okay. And her friends would play outside with her and play inside with her?
Yes.
Now, I have to ask you just a few questions about the packages that you received that you were asked about by the solicitor. You mentioned the pictures that were in the packages, but in addition to the pictures, there were some website postings that were included, were there not?
I wasn't shown any by the solicitor.
Do you remember when you looked at the packages, though, do you remember seeing the website from the escort service?
I saw that there was something textual. I didn't lend credence to it.
Okay, and again, I hate to have to ask you about this, but were you aware of that part of your sister's past?
I was aware the allegations had been made in family court, just like there had been allegations made I was going to try and kidnap my niece, so I didn't lend credence to them.
Okay, you aware that she gave a deposition in which she did give credence to those allegations?
Objection, Your Honor. Sustained.
So after the death of your sister, Christina, where was Aida?
I'm sorry, could you clarify the question?
After your sister died, where was your niece?
I would also ask you to rephrase that question to be accurate.
Okay, who did your niece live with?
So after my sister was murdered, what is the question for that?
Where did your niece live?
The guardian ad litem, after my sister was murdered, got an ex parte emergency placement with me. My niece and I stayed with friends, and that's where we went.
All right, and then what happened with Aida on October the 19th of 2021?
She was put into foster care.
Okay, and what time of day was it?
It was at night.
Okay, and the police came and got her?
Yes.
About what time at night?
It was approximately 10:30 at night.
Okay. How long were the police at the house on that day?
I don't know, maybe an hour, less.
And she was taken into emergency protective custody at that time?
Yes.
And who got custody of Aida?
Would you clarify the question, please?
Where does Aida live now?
Oh, I've reached an agreement with Mr. Mello right now.
Okay, so you gave up custody to allow
I never had custody, but
you dropped your petition to try to get custody.
I did not drop a petition. I reached an agreement with Mr. Mello,
Okay,
and he has custody.
Okay, you never had custody of Aida.
I had ex parte custody briefly.
Okay, and then after Aida was taken out of the home, shortly thereafter, she went to live with John Mello, and she still lives with John Mello, isn't that right?
She was not with John Mello for the first almost year and a half after her mother's death, almost 2 years. She was in foster care, and then she was in third-party placement. He did not receive custody of her until August of 2023.
Okay, and she remains with him.
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
And John Mello was exonerated of the charges of taking Aida to Italy. Is that right?
I believe what you're looking for is a directed verdict of not guilty, not actually exonerated by a jury. Yes.
So a judge threw it out, basically.
A judge said South Carolina state law says a non-custodial parent has no rights to their child. Yes, that is correct.
So a judge threw it out. One moment, please.
Questions we have right now. Thank you.
Just briefly, Your Honor. After the murder of your sister, where did your niece go?
Are you talking short-term or long-term?
Both.
Again, she was ex parte emergency placed in my care. She was removed from my care and put in foster care for 2 months. After that, she was placed with Allison and Lamar Sutherland from December of 2021 until December of 2022, where she was then placed with her half-sister, Isabella Mello, John Mello's eldest child. She was there until August of 2023. And then in August of 2023, when I reached an agreement with Mr. Mello, where I had visitation and my niece was returned to his custody.
And have you seen your niece?
I've not seen my niece since August of 2024.
And do you have rights to see her?
I do.
And have those been complied with?
We currently have active family court action.
So you and John Mello are now in a family court action over the custody or access to your niece?
There is a new action, and the agreement that we reached is currently being appealed in the South Carolina State Court of Appeals.
No further questions.
Okay. Any recross?
No recross, Your Honor. We would just ask that the witness remain under subpoena. Thank you.
Next step.
Thank you.
Thank you, ma'am. I see counsel. Again, no discussion about this case among yourselves. Any research.
All right, looks like they're going to lunch. I'm not quite sure when they're coming back because they turned the volume off on us. So we're going to recap what has happened today so far. We started out with Caitlin Ford, who is the forensic technician. She currently works at the Albuquerque Police Department, but at the time she took photographs. She's our Dexter. I always try to equate somebody to Dexter in a trial, so she was this trial's Dexter. So she did a walkthrough. She took photos of the outside of the house. Then she took photos of the interior. Let's see. There were bloodstains on the couch. There were drag marks. The door handle was locked, we found. So the door handle going to the outside was locked. There's a picture of a right hand chipped thumb fingernail. Christina's phone was there. There was a large pool of blood. Let's see. There were rose petals. Oh, yeah. Okay, so we wanted to look at these rose petals because she kept saying wildflowers. Wild flowers, too. So let's see. All right, so I got that. So there's some wild, to me, those are stems from the rose. So I'm thinking, were the roses there before, and then did Christina use them to beat this person off? Which I would think so, right? You know, if you're looking to grab any kind of weapon. So the way they were strewn about just kind of seemed like they weren't really, I don't know. It seemed like they were making this, that it was intentional, but to me, these seem very unintentional. I don't know. What do you guys think? Right? Because they're in her, they're in her purse as well. Right? I mean, to me, that just seems like it was a struggle, and there's just flowers and petals all over the place. So red roses, okay. There was blood stains, on the chair. There was drops on the chairs next to the curtains. And an objection as this to expert in blood spatter. And we're like, she was definitely going on and on, but I think they allowed that to come in. So then they showed a picture of the hair. There was like a clump of hair. She said there was wildflowers too, and she took autopsy photos. She did say the hand had an engagement ring on, so they asked that of Brad Post, and he said yes in testimony, but he also said no to law enforcement. So then Eric Turner came on. He was a deputy. He was on his way to school. He's a school resource officer, so he was there. He was on his way to school, and he heard this call, so he went, and then he heard that, the daughter is... who was, I guess, 9 at the time. Daughter was 9 at the time in 2021. So right now she's 13. So then he ran over to the school and he made sure she was okay. And then this is when I had my meeting. So I'm going to read straight from Therapist You Know, took copious notes. So let's read. So then Tina Parcell came up. Who is the sister. She's she's 2.5, she's 2 years, 4 days older than Christina. Mello lived in Greer with estranged husband. No, that doesn't make sense. She was dating Mello since in 2008. She dated from October of 2015, and the niece was born in 2012, so in June of 2012. While dating, sister relationship, dad had a stroke. So then Christina cut off contact, and she spent time with her family. She cut off all contact from 2000 to 2010. All right. Let's see. Lived with his wife. So they had disputes over the custody, and they broke up in 2015. So October of 2015, and they took each other to court. 2016, she supported Christina through this process emotionally, but not financially. She still has hurt feelings though. So thank you, Therapist You Know, for those notes. Much appreciated. I hope I did you justice. Then I picked up with, she was handed a bunch of photographs, the naked photographs of her sister. So she said, I recognize her haircut and the tattoos. The length of hair, she estimates those pictures were taken around 2010 to 2011. Then so she was working at a financial group the day of. She got a voicemail from Brad saying there was an emergency at the house. You need to come home. She said it was just a normal day. Christina had a job interview, and she went off to work. She said, love you, bye, and walked out the door. Then Brad Post called again and said, and she picked up, or she called back, and he said, it's her. I think she's dead. She arrived at the house around 11:30. So she explained why the back door was open, unopened. So to me, this is suspect, because she said when they were home, okay, so she got this house during COVID, and it was under a moratorium, right? So she basically had to rent the house that she wanted to buy. So she was renting the house, and they only had a key to the front door. So they couldn't change the locks or get keys to the back door. So they would, when they were home, the back door, they'd be outside playing, doing whatever, and they'd lock themselves out. So they'd have to go in through the front door, or she said she climbed through the window. So, but she said when they were home, they would leave. So after a while, they would leave the door unlocked, which I get. A lot of people do that. So, but whenever they left, they would make sure that door was locked. So when Christina came home, she had time to unlock that back door because it seems like there was only about 3 to 5 minutes of when she got home as when the killer came in. So somehow that door was unlocked, or the killer got in through the front door, locked the front door, and then went out the back door. That could have been too. She never met Zach Hughes. She said they've never used cocaine, never kept it in the house. There was a court-appointed guardian for Christina, and she actually had to take drug tests, so that was thrown out the window. Nobody. I asked Chat, and you guys said that they didn't ask anything about the flowers. So why didn't the state or the defense say, "Hey, were there any flowers?" I think the state would have said, "Were there any flowers in your home?" Which means for sure the killer brought flowers. I wish they had asked that. So then Cross came up, and they talked about Mello was threatening kidnapping. They had a gentleman's agreement, meaning John Mello and Christina had a gentleman's agreement regarding the daughter. Mello had custody, and Christina had visitation rights, which Christina fought repeatedly. Christina was, part-time vet tech at the time of her passing. Unequivocally did not want Brad Post involved in helping financially with the house. Mello claims to have dual citizenship. She cannot ascertain the truth to that statement. Brad and Christina had a mercurial relationship. She takes time out to say bless you to somebody who sneezed. They brought up the website, the escort website, and the defense said, "Are you aware of the allegations made in family court?" And she's like, "Oh no," she said, she kind of started answering. It's like, well, she gave deposition giving credence to that allegation and objection, and that was sustained. So what was Christina doing? And when was she doing it? So now, where does the daughter live? She says, "I reached an agreement with Mr. Mello, who has custody of the daughter." So John Mello has had custody since August of 2023. And the daughter, she got emergency ex parte custody right after this happened, but then I guess lost it, and the child has been bouncing around from foster care to third-party custody. But Mr. Mello has the daughter. So, all right, so that's that. I'm going to take a break, you guys, because I need to eat, and I'm going to go grab some food. Let me put back the let me put back the cast of characters here. All right, I'm going to take a break for lunch, and we will see you back in a bit. Aaron made some awesome music, so we're going to play some music. Okay, see you guys. I don't know when they're coming back, so I'll come back at like 1:30 or so. All right, see you later. Bye. Thank you, Julie. Appreciate that. So I'm trying to figure out, okay, so that's the, let's see, that is this is the evidence from Kaylin Ford, who is the forensic technician. Okay, so Kaylin Ford, the forensic technician, she came in, she took photos. So she was saying there were drag marks. So I clearly see the drag marks. And then I see this big orange sheet. So I'm trying to figure out where, and she said there was pools of blood. There were stains on the couch, drag marks, pool of blood underneath the couch. And the couch was moved as well as the table was moved. So where was Christina found? She didn't really say that. Like, it'd be interesting if there was a chalk outline, right? That would kind of help. And then there's that thing to the left. There's like that table with those bins to the left. See the table with the bins to the left? Her purse was up there, and there were petals, rose petals spread all around there. I'm thinking maybe those rose petals, like maybe she brought home the roses and then this person attacked her and she just started, obviously you're just going to start swinging with whatever you have. So maybe that's what it was. Maybe that's what maybe that's the whole point of these rose petals. That wasn't some ritualistic thing. It was just her trying to fend off whoever was attacking her. You know, I'm just trying to figure out. Possibly they misread the scene. Maybe. You definitely see the drag marks, right? I see the drag marks. Widespread panic. How could anyone do this to another human? I do not know. That's a good question. I'm not sure. That's why we watch, try and figure out the depravity that is the human condition. All right, let's look at some other photos that Kaylin brought in. Kaylin Ford. Let's see. So there's the table. I think we're going to hit 5,800 subs. We're at 5793. I woke up, it was 5775, I think. I forget. Oh, we were at 87. Yeah, cool. Yeah, Nan R, I think the swinging the flowers is very plausible, right? Because, I mean, if you're fighting for your life, you're just going to start swinging at, yeah, there's stem, you're right. Yep, some stems there. Yep, Brett. There are some stems right there. Okay, so I kind of see that orange. Maybe that was a blanket. All right, see that orange thing in the bottom right? Maybe that's a blanket. Right? Maybe that's a blanket. Right? So maybe that was a blanket or a pillow. Is that what you were saying earlier, Julie? That was a pillow? I was looking at that white pillow on the couch, but that orange thing is a pillow. So maybe she was dragged. Yeah, that would also explain the petals in her purse. Trial Junkies United. Yeah, a blanket, maybe a pillow. I'm thinking that now I see that. I think that's a pillow. Okay, yep, pillow. All right. I think so too now. Okay. So Nanar says, I used to bring home fresh flowers every week. Yep. Pillow. Okay. So we have established that that is a pillow. Okay, I can get with that. Right? So there's the pillow. Right? There's the, yeah, because then the couch would be to the left. So you got the table, you got that pillow, couch is to the left. All right. We got that covered. And then here is So now that we have ourselves oriented, so her body would be to the right. There's that, the couch is over to the right. There's that table. So yeah, she could just be swinging away, slamming. She had flowers, and that's like her only weapon to defend herself, you know? Julie says, looks like the majority of the blood is around the couch. I'm wondering if that is where the attack took place and then she was dragged off of it. Yeah, that's what I'm wondering too. You see the drag marks. I mean, you definitely clearly see those. Right? So, was she dragged from the couch over to the right around the table? Because they said the table, Kaylin Ford also said the table was moved. She said the table was also moved. Julie says, more and more, I think, post. I think Brad posted it, huh? Usually you start with the person who was found, right? Widespread panic. Yeah, I remember when Elisa was attacked, she was just grabbing at anything she could and get her hands off to fight Trevor. Yep. Julie, from couch around the table. Yeah, I can see that. Pretty significant blood on the front vertical face of the couch as well, Ken Rosenberg says. Yeah, I see it as well. Trial Junkies United, that was what Dexter said when she was on the stand, that Christina died there at the couch. And then they dragged her over there. Why would you drag them? Why drag? Why drag the body? Nanar, Julie, I feel post more than anyone. He found her, right? Don't you usually start with the person who found the victim? You start there. Last person to see them, right? Or the person to discover the body. That's usually where you start. Nunya Bitness, yeah, table and couch removed. So why? Okay, then why drag? Why drag her? Why drag her? Child Junkies United, what time did Brad get there? He says 11. There's video footage of him going past one of the houses, which was about 300 or 400 feet away at 10:57. So he got there around 11-ish. Brett says, I assume they started with post, which would probably be when they searched his phone, but if the DNA under fingernails is Hughes. Yeah, they had to have started there. He's the one that found her. They had to have started there. Irish Amy, it feels like such an angry attack. That's what they said at the beginning. A deletion is a angry heart. An angry attack, which doesn't seem to make sense for Hughes, but then again, I guess if she was fighting back, he might get more frantic. Yeah, I mean, if you're sent there to do something and then you have no choice, well, he thinks he has no choice other than to continue on with it. Because if he just walks away at this point, she's going to get him for attempted, Julie says he is so nonchalant about everything. So I'm wondering if that's, I'm wondering if he's told to not show emotion, right? That was old Halderson there. What was his first name? What the heck was his first name? Was it Charlie? The kid who shot his parents, Charles. Help me out, chat. What was that guy's name? We watched that last Halloween. He was told not to show emotion. So maybe they told Zach to not show any emotion. Chandler, thank you. Chandler, yeah, Jazzy boy. He was told not to show any emotion. So, Child Junkies United, unless he had an alibi, we're not sure. He testified, but there was really no alibi. He said he called her to make sure she was up. Then they talked on her way over to the to her interview, which was from 8:30 to 8:47. Then he called her again, he said 10:30-ish. She wasn't answering her phone, so he went over. And then he found her. Now, he said the back door was open. Ken Rosenberg says, that's the center of the concentric circle so many cops love to talk about. Okay. Widespread panic. I wonder why the police cleared Post. Yeah. Well, while they were doing the investigation, that's when they found the 16,000 plus videos and images. So they were looking into him, cleared him, but then found him with all this other stuff. Oof. Nan R., she could have been dragged from the couch if she tried to hide behind it and was still alive. She could have been dragged from the couch, yeah. Yeah, because that's what Dexter said. Dexter Ford said, because of the amount of blood there, an artery was hit, and then that's where they think probably she was, breathing her last breaths, and then she was dragged. But why drag? Why not just leave her? Right? Why not just leave her? Why drag? What does Julie say? Dragging her to a laying position to gain better control of her. Oh, okay, so she was over to the right side of this photo. He had her down or whatever, stabbing her. She was stabbed 31 times, right? And then dragged her over to the couch? Or started on the couch and then dragged her over? Child Junkies United, how far did he, well, we're not sure if it was a he, but the accused, how far did he drag her? One way or the other, from the couch over to be behind the table or from the table over to the couch. It'd be interesting to see how, where that table was displaced. Was it displaced? So if you're dragging a body, that would be displaced out towards us, or if you're dragging a body from the right to left, it would be displaced towards the couch, one would think. Right? What is that crime scene telling us? Speak to me. Speak to me. What actually happened? Widespread panic. It has to be for a good reason. Right? You're not just going to do it because. Why spend more time? You know what I'm saying? So Julie says Hughes didn't even know her. He knew her ex. That's true. So this is like a hit for hire or something. So Brett says, the man in her life who reports the body, it would be malpractice to not start with him until you clear him. Agreed. And they did. They did look into him. That's how they found the 16,000 plus children photos. Nunya Bitness. He would have had to do a lot to avoid all the cameras. Post, that is. Oh, yeah. Yeah, no, good point. Good point. Because he got there at 11. Well, we see his Mercedes driving by at 10:57. So, and then he calls the cops at 11. So, or the call came in at, when did the 911 call come in? 911 call came in, because that's important, 11 a.m. So we see him driving by at 10:57. I'm almost positive it was 10:57. Let me see. Yeah, 10:57, the red Mercedes drives by that same house. So it was about 350 to 400 feet away. So he would have had to do all of this in 3 minutes. Well, he still had to get to the house, get out of the car, walk in and do this, and then call 911. All in like a minute or two? That does seem to be a stretch. right? That seems to be a stretch. Brooklyn Pesola. Thank you, Chandler. Chazzy boy. Just say Chazzy boy. Child Junkies United. That is why they think the ex put him up to it because, but couldn't get enough evidence. Nanar. I think all defendants are told not to show emotion as the jury will interpret it. And then there are some like Robert Tellis and Monica Sementili, who it's just written across their faces. You can't, Ken Rosenberg, that's old Ken yelling at clouds again because your comments never make any sense later on. Ken, are you having a day? Are you having a moment over there? I was reading through your comments earlier. Nanya Bitness, could be an app proving his location that day. Could be. OnlyFan, could she have crawled away instead? Possible. Yeah. They've just been saying drag, drag, drag. She was on her back. She was found on her back. Could she have crawled? Yeah, I guess that's possible. That is possible. Right? Julie started on the couch and she acted like a wild animal to get away, and then she was dragged around the table flat on the floor. But to OnlyFans' point, he could have left and she could be trying to reach a phone or reach something, and then she collapses, but she would have been flat on her back. Yeah, I'm thinking it happened on the couch, and then however it happened, she was then dragged or moved somehow from the couch over to the I'm thinking the most of the blood would be where she landed, her last spot. But that goes against what Dexter Ford said, that she thinks that it happened on the couch. Maybe that's where she passed. Let's see. Brooklyn Pesola, there would be specific marks left if she crawled. All right, let me get to, I'm falling behind here. Trial Junkies United, objection. Post had no blood on him when the police officer walked up to him. Good point. That's probably one reason why. And then Bratt says, yep, that's the period for which he would need an alibi, responding to widespread panic. But if he showed up on the bike first and came back in the car, yeah, that just doesn't make sense. Bratt says, I suspect they put the TOD well before his arrival. Oh, yes. Yeah. They're saying between 9... So Christina got back at 9:12, and then the suspect arrives at 9:15. So they're thinking it happened somewhere between 9:15 and then 10:57 or 11 when Post arrives. So somewhere between 9:15 and 11. Brooklyn Pesola, different from drag marks. Drag marks won't include either her hands or feet, as they would most likely be used to drag. Yeah. Plus, yeah, what position was she in? Was she like dragged? Like Brandy Peters, she was dragged, and you could see her arm was clearly like out. So if you're dragged, do you take the time to tuck her and make her look nice, or do you just drag her and drop her? Bratt, yes, the time frame of the person entering the front door was 9:15. 9:15. OnlyFan, DNA and digital forensics, not in yet, so we're full of questions. Yes, of course. Trial Junkies United, Post couldn't be described as lean. Well, not anymore, that's for sure. He definitely has put on some weight. Nan R, I forgot that she was out. Yeah, she went for the job interview from 8:30 to 8:47. And then she got home at 9:12. She got home at 9:12. Suspect got in at 9:15. Brooklyn Pesola, yes, the man on the bike was lean and tall for sure. I wish they would just measure Hughes. Come on, just measure him. We are the speculators. That's a good name for those that are. If you guys are going to go to the trial, You could be called the Trial TV Live speculators. We are the speculators. We come to watch. Widespread panic. But do we know what Post looked like before all the time he spent in jail? Yes, there was that cell phone, body cam footage of him. He was somewhat lean, right? He was somewhat lean. Yeah, Brad says Brooklyn Paseo. Yep. Putting Post on the bike would be one amazing costume. Great band name. Trial TV Live Speculators. All right, I'll write that down. Possible band name, the Speculators. We got so many. This trial is really kicking, pumping out the band names. And you have to say it like that, Speculator. It's like I am the Eliminator. Was that the Kids in the Hall? Was he the Eliminator? I am the Eliminator. The Speculators. I second that. Good name, the Speculators. It has to be said like that. We can't say like speculators. It has to be the Speculators. Brat says he was leaner, but I don't think lean enough. He was definitely leaner. Yeah, he was definitely leaner, but he had definitely has put on weight since he's been incarcerated, awaiting his trial. Well, I'm hoping they come back. It's 26 after. Hopefully they will be coming back soon. Now, what else did Dexter Ford say? Wasn't a lot of like blood spatter like what we saw with Brandy Peters. That poor woman, just the wall was just covered with her blood. There was not a lot of blood spatter on the walls, right? I mean, that's by the curtain. That's like, I'm sorry to say it, but that pales in comparison to what we saw with Brandy Peters. So there's some hair. Sadly, it seems like she was pulled by her hair. Is that a footprint? What is that like? What are those cross hatches? Do I see cross hatches? That almost looks like footprint, right? Right to the right of the hair. That poor woman. Sorry, you got your hair pulled out. Oof. But doesn't that look like? Does that look like possible footprint? Footwear? Right? What do you guys think? Thoughts on that? Ken says, so how long are we thinking Miss Parcell spent near the couch? That's quite a lot of blood there. So what happened? An artery was hit. That's what Dexter Ford said. So they think that's where I don't know if they feel that's where she passed, but that's where the majority of it. Yes, looks like footprints. Footprint only fan, cloth from none you bitness. Widespread panic, it does look like a footprint. I wonder if we'll hear about it. Could be. Therapist is back. Irish Amy, it does look like a potential footprint. Ken Rosenberg, I guess I'm wondering why it sort of looks like there was a pause there. I generally don't know what I'm talking about. This is my first time seeing these. You can opine. We're all opining. Widespread panic. Looking for earlier pictures of Post. Got one of Brad Pitt. What could Google possibly be thinking of? That's based on your algorithms. That's based on your search history. So that's on you. That's not on Google. That's on you. Brad says, could be. If so, that would be a different forensic expert. Absolutely. Is that a nice shoe print? That's what I'm thinking. Or a cloth print. Could be. Joanne says, I missed if an actual ring video was shown yesterday. If there was, did we see Christina open the door and Perp walk in? No, because the ring across the road was motion activated. So when a car would go by, let me pull it up. When a car would go by, it would activate for like 10 seconds or something like that. So in those in that time frame, all we got was this. Let's see. This is all we got. So that's at 9:15. So a car goes by, motion activated. We don't see Christine because she came in 3 minutes earlier. So this is at 9:15. She came in at 9:12. So we don't see her actually walk in the door, but we see this person walk in. So that's the best that we get with that. Here's a wider shot. Only the Hobbit photo. Yeah. Yep. Ring camera videos weren't very good. They were quite blurry. What else do we have? And then we have this dude cruising around the neighborhood on a bike. So that's what we have so far. Oh, yeah. And then Child Junkies United sent this yesterday. I pulled it up yesterday. Somebody had talked about it earlier this morning. So Zachary Hughes on the right, John Mello on the left. Clearly they knew each other, and I'm thinking probably through music, because they're both musicians in the music industry, produce music. So there they are. So we are just waiting for court to come back from lunch. They should be back any minute. Remember, they are on a 30-minute delay. Julie thinks, Irish Amy, they always seem suspicious to me. Could be, the garden gnomes, yes. Julie still thinks look like a blow-up garden gnome. Therapist, it sure does look like a guy that would drink a martini. Yep. Possible liaison between them? Possible. Fancy pants? Sure. Yep. I wouldn't. I've seen nothing that would not suggest that. Shaken, not stirred. Nice. Let's see. Those are the photos that I have for today. Oh, should we take a look at Therapist handwriting? Can we analyze your handwriting? Therapist is going to be on later tonight, you guys. So please join us for that. We're going to have Jules talking about Maya Kowalski. She was there today at the appeals. Got really spicy. So we're going to show that at 6. And then we're going to have Therapist on a Shoot the Shit with me, talking about her experiences with a supernatural entity. Ken says, I'd go out with a drink with Elsa Bluo, but not Zach Hughes. Okay to show your chicken scratch? We could analyze your chicken scratch. Yes, let's judge. All right, let's see. Hey, this was great. I relied on Therapist chicken scratch. There we go, some of it. It's nice. I'm not a handwriting expert, but yes, handwritten notes. Make sure I blur out the parts where I talk crap about everybody. Very easy to read. Ken asks, the real question is, what kind of pen did you use? Julie says you have beautiful writing. Yeah, so I relied on those notes. Thank you very much, therapist you know. We'll get back to the cast of characters here. Very clear and concise, no major slants. It just dawned on me that I've got blue and black on, and Christina had blue and black on. But I don't have long, I have short sleeves. Yep, OnlyFan, we need a pen expert. I agree. We need a pen expert. It is very nice writing. Child Junkies United. Brad Post doesn't look like he's ridden a bike in a while. Yes. Julie says, without lines, I am all over the place. Yeah, lines help. Oh, therapist you know is dropping some merch there. Love these pens. Oh, they're back. Dang it, they're back.
Please stop at the end of the bench. Right behind her. Please place your left hand on the Bible. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated.
Couple waters, some in that picture right.
Please state your name for the record.
Michael Manigault?
Mr. Manigault, do you reside in Greenville County?
Yes, sir.
And where do you live?
Dell Street.
And what do you do for a living?
Currently, I'm a photographer.
And how long have you been doing that?
Since I was 6 years old.
Back in 2020, 2021, were you working for John Mello?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do for John Mello?
I was helping clean his house while he was out of town.
Okay. And how long did you do that?
On and off for several months.
And what about October of 2020 through 2021? Was John Mello living in the United States during that time?
I believe so, but I'm not entirely sure because I didn't keep up with all his movements because I was at the time working 2 jobs and I had to keep track of everything going on at once.
Well, how did y'all communicate?
Text messages or video chats.
All right. And so he would text you and ask you to do things?
That's when he worked when I was telling you, sir.
Okay. And what kind of things would he ask you to do?
Yard work, cleaning up. He was moving back to Italy. He was helping me clean his house up so he could get ready for sale.
And what about, and how would he pay you?
Cash.
Okay. And where was this location?
It was on Blake Street.
Now, back in 2020, 2021, did you meet Zach Hughes?
I met him while John was in Italy. And I did a little work around the house with Zach. That's about all I did with him.
So how did you meet Zach?
Through John.
Through John, and then did you and Zach work together?
On and off throughout a couple of days, yes, sir.
And where would y'all work together at?
At the house.
At the Blake Street house?
Yes, sir.
And how long did you do that with Zach?
About 2 weeks to everything with them. We were doing mostly outside work, a little bit inside, cleaning up around the house on the inside.
And after October 13th, 2021, did you ever talk with investigators?
I was pulled over. I will get off the bus. I was stopped by 2 investigators at the vape store on Lawrence Road, taken back to the county. That when I was there, questioned if I had any involvement in the crime that I did not know I committed at the time.
Okay. And was that Detective Sparkman and Master Deputy Wolf? Do you recognize
yes,
them?
Sir.
And what did you tell them?
I had no idea what the crime was committed. I willingly gave them my phone to go through it so they could check everything. I gave them all the access codes, everything. So I had
voluntarily handed over your phone?
Yes, sir.
And what about, did you voluntarily give them your DNA? Did they swab your mouth?
I don't recall.
Okay. And did they ask you about any other associates that John Mello may have?
No, sir. Not to my recollection.
Well, did you not tell them about Zach Hughes?
I knew Zach Hughes, but that's to the point where I only knew Zach Hughes because of John Mello. I didn't know him before that or during the fact, after the fact.
No, but did you tell these investigators
that I worked with Zach Hughes? Yes, sir.
You told them, the investigators, that you worked with Zach Hughes?
Briefly, not for a long period of time.
Did you tell them that you knew Zach Hughes through John Mello?
I would object to leading.
What did you tell them about
I only knew
John Mello and
Hughes.
Zach Hughes?
I only know John Mello. I knew John Mello for years. I knew Zach Hughes for a brief period of time. This whole situation, I had no idea about the murder, none of that stuff.
Absolutely. But did you tell investigators?
I only knew Mello. I only knew Zach Hughes through John Mello briefly. After we stopped working together, that's the last time I talked to him.
Thank you, Mr. Nagle.
Just to make sure I understand this, you knew Zach for just a total of about 2 weeks, is that right?
Yes, sir. He's a good man, in my opinion. I know that's off record.
Thank you. I think that's all. Thank you.
You're on the state calls, Master Deputy Blake Wolf.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Please state your name for the record.
Blake Wolf.
All right, Master Deputy Wolf, who do you work for?
The Greenville County Sheriff's Office.
And how long have you been working with them?
I began working with the Greenville County Sheriff's Office in 2019. Before that, I was employed by the Greenville County Department of Public Safety for 7 years.
And what do you currently do for the Greenville County Sheriff's Office?
I'm a Master Deputy assigned to Bravo Platoon.
Were you ever in homicide?
Yes, sir.
How long were you in homicide?
A little over 3 years.
Did you get involved in this case back in October 13th of 2021?
Yes, sir, I did.
Tell us, Jerry, how you got involved in this case.
I was asked to co-lead this case with Investigator Sparkman on October 15th. When Ms. Parcell was murdered, I was involved in another case. We concluded that case on the 14th, and then I was asked to assist with this case on the 15th.
Okay, so on the 15th, did you head out to the scene?
No, sir.
What did you do on the 15th?
So the first thing I was asked to do is a Google geofence search warrant for the location where Ms. Parcell was murdered.
And what is a Google geofence?
So if you have any Google apps on your cell phone and allow them to store your location data, we can find out, we can get access to that data through Google. So when we have a location where a murder occurred, we can send them a search warrant for that location, a specific radius around that location for a time frame. And if any devices were in that radius, they will let us know. But that only applies to people who allow them to track their location data.
And did you recover anything of significance from those efforts?
No, sir.
All right. So what else did you start doing involved in this case?
On October 19th and the 20th, I went back out to the Canebrake neighborhood and continued canvassing the area for potential witnesses or additional security footage.
So we heard Master Deputy Stokes talk about canvassing this neighborhood. Were you doing sort of the same thing?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all do it 2 separate times?
Yes, sir.
Why is that?
People were at home. People come and go. Her murder happened earlier in the day. People could have been at work. So we go at, usually more than once at different times just to try to catch people when they're at home.
And in doing so, did you talk with Donna Gorman?
Yes, sir, I did.
All right, about when did you talk with her?
That would be the afternoon of October 20th.
And at that time, had y'all obtained Ring cameras and video footage related to this case?
Yes, sir, we had.
And did you show her a copy of the individual that was on a bike at that time?
No, I did not.
Did anybody else speak with Donna Gorman?
Investigator Riley Stokes.
And do you know when he spoke with her?
The day of Miss Parcell's murder.
All right. And about when did you obtain video footage of a suspect leaving on a bicycle?
October 14th, I believe.
All right. So after you continued to canvass the neighborhood, what did you do?
I made contact with Miss Gorman and spoke with her.
And then after that, what did you do?
After that, it was on October 22nd that myself and Investigator Sparkman learned that Michael Manigault is somebody that was familiar with John Mello, and it was suggested that we speak with him.
Did you, in fact, try to go and locate Michael Manigault?
Yes, sir.
All right. And where did you locate him?
So we were told that he rides the Greenlink buses, so we went around to some of their bus stops and we located him getting off a bus on Lawrence Road.
And did you speak with him?
Yes, sir, we did.
Was that the gentleman who just testified?
Yes, sir, it was.
And did you have the occasion to obtain a DNA sample from him?
Yes, sir, he gave consent.
And where did you take that sample?
It was in the CID interview room in the homicide office.
Did y'all carry him down there, or did he meet y'all there?
No, he doesn't have a vehicle, so he rode in Investigator Sparkman's SUV.
And down there, did you take a buccal swab sample?
Yes, sir.
All right. I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit 111. Ask if you recognize that.
Yes, sir.
What is that?
This is the packaging for the buccal swab that I collected from Mr. Manigault.
All right. And you like to open it?
Yes.
See what's inside of it. All right. And inside State's Exhibit 11.
Yes, sir. This is the buccal swab I collected from Mr. Manigault, 2 of them.
Now, what did you do with those buccal swabs?
I placed them into our property and evidence room.
Now, after you spoke with Mr. Manigault, what did you do?
I began researching Zachary Hughes.
And so how would you go about doing that?
So I just did a basic Google search of Zachary Hughes, Greenville, South Carolina.
And what did you find?
I found...
Your Honor, may we approach? Sure.
Yes, sir.
So, Master Deputy Wolf, in trying to locate Zachary David Hughes, what did you do?
So I began by just doing a basic Google search of something along the lines of Zachary Hughes, Greenville, South Carolina. The first thing I noticed is there were several articles online about him being a pianist, being famous for being able to play music by memory.
And then once you had that information, what did you do?
So then I logged into my South Carolina DMV online account, and I obtained a picture of Mr. Hughes' driver's license, his DMV photo. I showed that photo to Mr. Manigault just to confirm that I was looking at the same Zachary Hughes that he was referring to.
Was it confirmed?
Yes, sir.
So once you've confirmed the person that you're looking into, what did you do next?
Well, I continued to look at his DMV online account, and one thing that I found was important is the address on his driver's license was 200 Tyndall Avenue. 200 Tyndall Avenue is located within the city limits of Greenville. A few months prior to Ms. Parcell's murder, the Greenville Police Department had installed traffic cameras around the city. So since he lived in the city, I believed if he had a vehicle, there would be some photos on these traffic cameras of his vehicle. So also using my South Carolina DMV online account, I found that he had a gold 1999 Ford Ranger registered to his name. So the city uses a traffic camera system, some people call them license plate readers, LPRs for short, called flock. When you pass a flock camera, it takes a picture of your license plate in the back right side of your vehicle, and then it goes into a database that's searchable. So once I had Mr. Hughes' license plate from the DMV, I entered it into the flock system. At that time, flock had a retention period of 90 days, and I found 55 images of Mr. Hughes' vehicle.
Now explain this, jury. So how many flock cameras are there around Greenville County?
At that time, they were just in the city. I would say maybe 10 to 15.
Okay, so we only had 10 to 15 cameras in the city limits.
Yes, the county had not yet employed any flock cameras.
And now you say you have access to this flock camera system. Is this a nationwide system or a local system?
Yes, so Flock is a national company. They sell these traffic cameras to law enforcement agencies across the country.
All right, so after you searched a car registered to Zach Hughes, what did you find?
So I found the 55 images of his vehicle during that 90-day retention period. I found 2 images the day of Ms. Parcell's murder.
I'm going to show you what's been marked as States Exhibit 114 and 115. I'm going to ask you if you recognize those.
Yes, sir. These are the Flock pictures of Mr. Hughes' vehicle on October 13th, 21.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibits 114 and 115 into evidence.
No objection.
114 and 115.
Yes, sir. All right. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 114. Can you tell the jury what's in this photo and the time and date?
Yes, sir. This is a photo of Mr. Hughes' 1999 Ford Ranger. It was captured at 2:31 p.m. on October 13th at the Bunkman-Rutherford intersection. And then you can see a black bicycle in the bed of his truck.
So that was at 2:31 in the afternoon?
Yes, sir.
Why was this significant?
Because we have the video of a suspect leaving the crime scene on a black bike.
I'm going to show you what's State's Exhibit 102. Was this what you were trying to compare it to?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what was your conclusions?
My conclusion is that there's a lot of similarities between the bike in the photo you were holding up and the bike in the bed of Mr. Hughes' truck.
And I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 115. What is that?
That is another flock camera of Mr. Hughes' vehicle at night. Lawrence in East Washington, 7:30 on the same day.
But you can't really see anything.
No, sir.
So as a result of that, what did you do?
So after learning this information, I acquired search warrants for 200 Tyndall Avenue, Mr. Hughes' truck, his DNA, and his cell phone.
Now, did you, after talking with Mr. Manigault and your independent research, did you learn where John Mello lived or had a house at the time?
Yes, sir.
And where is that?
So he has a house here in Greenville in 12 Blake Street.
And did you also look into the location of Mr. Mello at this particular time?
Yes, sir.
And were you able to confirm where he wasn't?
Yes. We obviously had to consider him as a potential suspect. We were told at the beginning he was potentially in Italy, so we had to confirm that.
And were you able to confirm that?
Yes, sir.
So you went and got a search warrant for 200 Tyndall?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Did y'all go out to 200 Tyndall?
Yes, sir, we did.
And did you execute a search warrant on that house?
Yes, sir, we did.
All right. Tell this jury how that occurred.
So we started by meeting at a predetermined location a few miles from the address, and we had a deputy in a unmarked vehicle drive by the house to make sure Mr. Hughes was going to be there. Mr. Hughes was actually leaving the driveway at that time, so we waited at our predetermined location until he returned. Once he returned, we went to the house to execute the search warrant.
Okay. And did you learn who, now, did the defendant own this house?
No, sir.
Did you discover or learn who the owners of this house were?
Yes, sir.
And who was that?
Jeanette and Marshall Wynn.
So how many individuals arrived on which day was this?
This would have been October 22nd.
Okay, so October 22nd.
Yes, sir.
So about 9 days after the murder.
Yes, sir.
So tell us what happened when y'all arrived.
So when we arrived, we sent deputies to the front of the house and then to the back of the house. Their driveway is located behind the house. You have to go down a side street to get to it. And I was one of the deputies that went to the back of the house. I parked directly behind Mr. Hughes's Ford Ranger. When we exited our vehicles, he was standing inside the house right in front of a double French door. When I first observed him, he already had his hands up. So.
And did he have a cell phone?
Yes, sir, he did.
Where was the cell phone?
It was in his hand.
Okay. And did you approach him, or did he come out?
No, we called him out to us. Yes, sir.
And what did he do when you called him out?
He complied.
Okay. And what did he do with the cell phone?
He put it down on the table he was standing beside, just almost directly inside the French doors.
Did you secure that cell phone?
Yes, sir.
How did you do that?
It was collected by another deputy and then transported to be downloaded.
And where did they take that cell phone from?
The kitchen table. Yes, sir.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 112. So you can recognize this.
Yes, sir. This is the cell phone that we collected that belonged to Mr. Hughes.
Your Honor, State moves Exhibit 112 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
X 112 comes to evidence.
So, I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 116, 117, and 118. Ask if you recognize this.
Yes, sir. These are photos of 200 Tyndall Avenue.
Your Honor, State moves 116, 117, 118 into evidence.
No objection.
116, 117, and 118 come into the State's exhibits.
So, we'll show you State's Exhibit 117. What is that?
That is the front door if you're on Tyndall Avenue and you're facing the front of their house.
And was that where Zach Hughes was standing?
No, sir.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 116. What about that?
That is the back side of the residence that leads to the area where we were parked.
And where was Mr. Hughes standing when you?
You can kind of see the French doors through the bushes there, but he was standing there.
There.
Yes, sir.
All right. So did y'all effectuate the search warrant?
Yes, sir.
And did you? So what at this point? What is important to your investigation?
So at this point, we knew Miss Parcell was killed with a sharp force object, so we're looking for any type of knife, screwdriver, anything of those means, clothing, book bag, a bicycle, things like that.
And did y'all search the house looking for those items?
Yes, sir, we did.
What about who was there or who was living there during the time of the murder?
Mr. Hughes was living at the residence. I assume the Winds.
Were they there on October 13th?
No.
How do you know that?
When we were able to access Mr. Hughes' cell phone, he was receiving pictures from the Winds while they were in Europe.
And did you talk to the Winds when y'all were executing the search warrant?
Investigator Sparkman and I did, yes.
Were they compliant?
Yes, sir.
In terms of looking for a bike, did y'all locate one?
Yes, sir, we did.
I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibits 119 through 125. I'm going to ask you to look at State's Exhibits 119 through 125 and ask you if you recognize those.
Yes, sir, I recognize these photos.
And I apologize. I'm going to have to backtrack 2 seconds. I forgot one of my exhibits. But I'm going to show you what's been marked as State's Exhibit. I need a number. going to show you State Exhibit 132. Do you recognize this?
Yes, sir.
What is it?
So that is a photo of Mr. Hughes' vehicle with the bike in the bed of the truck on the day of Ms. Parcell's murder. And then that is just a Google image of the Buncombe and Rutherford area where the camera is placed.
Okay. State moves 132 into evidence.
No objection.
32 comes into evidence.
All right. Now back to 200 Tyndall. Did y'all focus on the garage at some point?
Yes, sir, we did.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 119. Is that the garage?
Yes, sir.
Are these in evidence? I'm not sure.
Oh.
He was getting ready to.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I got sidetracked. All right.
So 119 through 125.
119 through 125.
Defense position.
No objection.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. We like a clean record.
I understand. Thank you. A lot of exhibits, it gets confusing.
A ton.
All right. I'll show you State's Exhibit 119. And you said that's the garage?
Yes, sir.
Did y'all enter inside the garage?
Yes, sir, we did.
All right. I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 120. And what'd you find inside?
We found several bicycles inside the garage.
Okay. Were some bikes, well, explain the different bikes that you found inside.
So there's some bikes, as you can see to the upper left of this vehicle that's, mounted on the wall. Several on the ground as well near that vehicle that were just dirty, dusty, look like they've just been sitting in a garage for a long period of time and are not used regularly. And then to the right of that vehicle, you can see there's a bike sitting upside down on its handlebars and seat. That's a black bike that was very similar to the other two images we had, and it was pristine condition, perfectly clean.
All right, so I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 121. What are the bikes on the left there, or in this little?
Those are just some of the other bikes, the dirtier bikes that we found in their garage.
Did those bikes look like they had been ridden?
No, sir. Some of them had cobwebs on them.
All right, and I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 123.
Yes, sir. That is the black bike that I mentioned earlier that was sitting upside down and was just very, very clean.
When you say very, very clean, what do you mean?
So compared to everything else in this garage, it's just a dirty, dusty garage. Things sit there and collect dust and dirt. And this bike looked like it just rolled off the showroom floor.
I'll show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 133. You recognize this?
Yes, sir, I do.
What is this?
This is the bike that was seized from the garage at 200 Tyndall.
State moves 133 into evidence.
No objection.
No objection. 133 comes in.
Now, did you do any comparison with this bike and the other photos?
Yes, sir.
And what did you conclude?
There's a lot of similarities, such as the frame of the bike, the shape of the handlebars, the placement of the brakes.
And you compared it to the photos from the Ring cameras?
Yes, sir.
So, once y'all concluded the search of 200 Tyndall, what did you do next?
The Ford Ranger was taken taken back to the crime scene unit's office, so I responded there while a forensic technician processed the vehicle.
And then once you concluded that search warrant, were you able to locate another location that may be important in this case?
Yes, sir.
Tell us, jury, about that.
Through phone location, we located a residence on Indian Flats Trail in Marietta that was also owned by Jeanette Wynn.
And did y'all, in fact, go up to Indian Flats Trail?
Yes, sir, we did.
All right. And did y'all get a search warrant for that?
Yes, sir.
And when did you get that search warrant?
It was in April of 2023.
So why did it take so long?
The location data from his cell phone, we did not have his password, so the initial downloads were only partials.
So when you obtained information that Zach Hughes might have been at that location, you obtained a search warrant?
Yes, sir.
So where is Indian Flats?
It's in the northern area of Greenville County.
And so how long do you think drive-wise would it take to get there?
About an hour.
All right. So when did you go up there to serve a search warrant?
It was in April of 23, I believe April 14th, but I could be wrong on that date.
And who went with you?
Most of the homicide unit.
Most of the homicide unit?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And what were you looking for?
So at this point, we still had not recovered a murder weapon or clothing that Mr. Hughes or the suspect was wearing at the time of the murder.
I don't have numbers on these. All right, Master Deputy Wolf, I'm going to show you 130 States Exhibits 134 through 139. Ask if you recognize those.
Yes, sir, I do. These are photos of the Wynn's residence on Indian Flat Trail.
Your state moves 134 through 139 in.
No objection.
All right, I'm going to show you States Exhibit 134. What is that?
That is the front of their residence there, and then on the tree on the right side you can see a trail or deer camera.
Is that what you're referring to right there?
Yes, sir.
Now, as far as location or seclusion related to this house, where would you compare this house?
Oh, this is in the middle of the woods on a mountain. You could walk around naked and there's nobody to see you.
So there's no neighbors near you?
No.
Nobody?
Nobody.
Now, did y'all walk all around this house and
Yes, sir.
look at different locations? I'm going to show you States Exhibit
137. What is that?
That's a fire pit or burn pit there on their property.
I guess what you can do with there is burn things?
Yes, sir.
And then I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 139.
That is just one of their closets that was full of cleaning materials.
Now, did y'all search the entire house
Yes, sir, we did.
and the surrounding areas?
Yes, sir.
How deep did y'all go into the woods?
Pretty good bit.
Did y'all ever locate anything?
No, sir.
What about that trail camera?
That was seized under the search warrant, and then I obtained another search warrant for the SD card contained within it.
So what is a trail camera? Do you know?
Yes, sir. Most people just use them to take pictures of animals. Some people that hunt put them up in the woods to see, what's in that area. Most of them are motion activated.
Did you seize that trail camera?
Yes, sir.
And what did you do with it after you seized it?
I took it back to our office.
And were you able to look at any photos on the trail camera?
Yes, sir.
How do you do that?
So the camera contained an SD card. I got a separate search warrant to remove the photos or search the SD card. After that, you just plug that SD card into any SD card reader, and all the pictures are there.
And were you able to locate any photos on this trail camera?
Yes, sir, I was.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 140. Ask if you recognize it.
Yes, sir. This is the trail camera we seized from that tree on Indian Flats Trail in Marietta.
State moves Exhibit 140.
No objection.
No objection.
And you were able to locate some photos on that trail camera?
Yes, sir.
All right. What were those photos of?
Zachary Hughes.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibits 141 through 145. Ask if you recognize those.
Yes, sir. These are photos of Mr. Hughes that were recovered from that trail camera.
State moves 141 through 145.
No objection.
No objection. 141 through 145.
So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 145. What is that?
That's a photo of Mr. Hughes.
All right, and what is the date of that photo?
October 11th.
About what time?
A little after 10 a.m.
Was that 2 days before the murder?
Yes, sir.
Anything significant on here?
Yes, sir. The hoodie or jacket that he is wearing is significant.
Why is that?
So you can see the outside is black. We have the individual on the bicycle riding away on a black hoodie, but you can also tell the top being folded out. The inside is a grayish color. The person who entered her house was wearing a gray jacket.
State's Exhibit 105. Is this the photo that you're referring to?
Yes, sir, it is.
And is this what is this photo?
It's a photo of a person entering her house shortly before she was killed.
And what color is the sweatshirt?
Gray.
I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 141. What kind of haircut does Mr. Hughes have at that time?
I don't know what you would call it. It's shaved on the side with looks like a long ponytail in the back.
And what arm, what left or right arm is he carrying something?
Left.
And then State's Exhibits 142. Is that
another picture of Mr. Hughes?
Another picture. And again, this is on what date?
The same day, October 11th.
And then finally, State's Exhibit 144.
It's a zoomed-in picture of Mr. Hughes on the same day.
So that would be what Mr. Hughes looked like on October 11th of 2021.
Yes, sir.
Just a couple more questions. Master Deputy, approximately how far from that mountain house to the Canebrake location would it take to drive?
I believe a little over an hour.
Okay. So how many flock photos did you locate of Zach Hughes's car when you did the search?
55.
Right. And of all those photos, how many did you find his car with a bike in the back?
Just one.
And what date was that?
October 13th of 2021.
Thank you. Answer any questions the defense counsel may have.
Yes, sir.
Deputy Wolf, you testified that one of the reasons why you thought that the other bikes in the Wynn garage had not been ridden was you saw cobwebs on them, right?
Yes, sir.
I don't see any cobwebs on this bike. Have you been riding this bike?
No.
Did you ride this bike over from the P&E?
No, sir.
Okay. You talked about cleaning supplies. Do you live in a house or an apartment?
A house.
Do you have cleaning supplies in your house?
Yes, sir.
Do you have them in a closet?
In the closet under sinks.
You talked about, based on your investigation, you realized that John Mello was in Italy. Isn't it true he was in Italy and with Aida from October of 2020 until April of 2021? Isn't that true?
And to the best of my knowledge, yes, sir.
You said a word I want to make sure I understand. You said that you could be at the Wynn Mountain House and you could be what and nobody could see you?
You could walk around naked.
Okay. Talked about, can I see your ultimate 149? Let me show you State's Exhibit 144. Take a look at this.
Yes, sir.
Deputy Wolf, isn't it true in 144 that picture shows a person who's clean shaven?
It's hard to tell. There's a bit of a shadow on the neck.
Can you see a beard on that man?
No.
Okay. When you went to 200 Tyndall to execute that search warrant, did you go by yourself?
No, sir.
Okay. There were numerous police officers on scene, isn't that right?
Yes.
Right. And some of those police officers were armed, is that right?
They're police officers. Everyone's armed.
Right. And you talked about how the winds complied that day, isn't that true?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true my client, Mr. Hughes, complied, didn't he, that day?
Yes, sir, he did.
So you testified in 2021 you were working in homicide, is that correct?
I was up there for a brief period of time to assist them. Yes, sir.
And you said you're back on the road now in Bravo Platoon?
Yes, sir.
Are you a supervisor in Bravo Platoon?
I'm a master deputy. I have several deputy twos that work under me. I supervise, yes.
Okay. And is there a sergeant over that platoon as well?
There is.
Okay. So how long, so I need to be clear though, were you ever assigned to homicide?
Yes.
How long were you there?
3 years.
And now you're back on the road, is that right?
Yes, sir.
You heard, were you in this courtroom when Deputy Riley Stokes testified?
Yes, sir.
And you heard his testimony about the videos that were obtained from residences in Canebrake, is that right?
Yes, sir.
Isn't it true, and I want to say it's 8:45 or 9 o'clock, something like that. Well, let me ask this. Do you recall when he said the first video that was significant, the first time he saw any vehicle tracker in?
I remember him talking about that, but I don't remember the time frame of that video.
Isn't it true, though, that one second. I don't have anything else.
Okay. Any redirect?
What was the date of that photo that he showed you regarding the beard that Mr. Mormon showed you?
October 11th of 2021.
2 days before the murder?
Yes, sir.
Thank you, Your Honor.
And, Your Honor, just recross. You just testified on my cross-examination that you did not see a beard in that photo. Is that correct?
You can just see a shadow on his face. That's
Yeah,
it.
this is my question to you. Did you not just testify that you couldn't see a beard in that?
Yes, I did.
Okay, thank you. Nothing further.
Any redirect?
No, Your Honor.
You may step down. Next witness.
State will recall Kaylin Ford.
Ma'am, you're still under oath.
Ford, hello again.
Hello.
I'm going through your background for the jury, but were you still involved in this case at the time that the home on Tyndall was being processed by law enforcement?
Yes.
So when you were involved, were you doing essentially the same procedure, same duties as you were at the Canebrake home?
Yes.
Okay. And were you tasked of going through the Tyndall home and taking photographs of that home?
I was.
Were you able to identify the rooms of the house?
Yes.
Were you able to identify which room was the defendant's room?
Yes.
How?
The homeowner stated it, and he had personal belongings in that room that were observed as well.
Okay. If I showed you pictures that you took in that room, would you recognize them?
Yes.
Showing you what is State's Exhibits 126 through 131.
Yes, I took these photographs.
All right. This time the state would move into evidence State's Exhibit 126 through 131.
No objection, Your Honor.
No objection, 126 through 131.
Now, I'm just going to go through these with you up here. What is 126?
So this is a photograph of a shoebox that had been located inside of his bedroom that contained multiple knives and sheaths.
And 127?
It's a photograph from his bedroom. There was a storage bin that had the name Zach on the top.
How is that spelled, Zach?
Z-A-C-K.
$129.
This photograph shows a backpack and a pair of gloves, along with other miscellaneous items in the bedroom.
Ms. Ford, were you involved at all with the processing of the bicycle that was recovered at the Tyndall address?
Yes.
And how specifically were you involved in the processing of that bicycle?
Once the bicycle was located in the garage, I photographed it. I then sprayed the bicycle with Blue Star and took swabs of different areas of the bike before it was actually collected.
What is Blue Star?
Blue Star is a presumptive reagent, a chemical reaction that can show the presence of blood.
Are there any significant findings as a result of spraying the Blue Star?
The bike illuminated on the handles, the seat, and the pedals.
Okay. What did you do thereafter as far as processing the bike?
I then took swabs from those 3 separate areas that glowed.
Did you take swabs of the handlebars of the bike?
I did.
If I showed you those swabs, would you recognize them?
Yes.
I'm showing you States Exhibit 98 and 99. Are those the swabs you used for the handlebars of the bike?
Yes.
Are those your initials on each?
Yes.
Is one for the left handlebar, one for the right?
Yes, 98 is from the right handlebar and 99 is from the left.
After you collected these swabs, what did you do with them?
They were submitted into evidence.
Ms. Ford, were you involved at all with the collection of evidence as it relates to the defendant himself?
Yes.
How exactly?
I took photographs of him and I also collected his buccal swabs.
If I showed you the buccal swabs you took from the defendant, would you recognize them?
Yes.
I'm going to show you what's marked as States Exhibit 100. Can you identify what I just handed you?
Yes, it is the buccal swab from Zachary Hughes.
Did you take several?
Yes.
Or actually, did you take 2?
Yes.
Okay. Is that typical?
Yes.
After you collected these buccal swabs, what did you do with them?
They were submitted into evidence.
Ms. Ford, were you still involved in this case when John Mello returned back from Italy?
I was.
How were you involved specifically oriented towards Mr. Mello?
So I responded to the Greenville County Detention Center where he was being held at the time. I took photographs of him and I collected his buccal swabs as well.
One moment, John. I'm just trying to find. Just like this. Oh. I'm going to show you what's marked as State's Exhibit 101.
So these are the buccal swabs that I collected from John Mello.
And there's two of them?
Yes.
What did you do after collecting State's Exhibit 101?
Those were also submitted to evidence.
This board, I have no further questions for you.
False?
Your Honor, we have no questions for this witness. Thank you.
Thank you.
Still Allison Miller, right?
Please place your left hand on the Bible, raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you. Please be seated. Please state your name for the record.
Sergeant Allison Wright.
Ms. Wright, where are you currently employed?
I'm currently employed with Greenville County Forensics.
How long have you been with them?
A little over 7 years.
So were you employed with them in 2021?
Yes, I was.
And what is your specific, in 2021, what was your specific role with the Sheriff's Office?
So I was with Greenville County Forensics. I was a field training officer.
And could you explain a little bit about what your roles and duties were in that?
As a field training officer, I went out on calls with some of the newer employees and helped train them. And then I trained the newer employees as they came in.
So that involved evidence collection and documentation?
Yes.
Okay. How are you involved in the present case?
I was requested to process the subject's vehicle.
Okay. Is that a 1999 Gold Ford Ranger?
Yes, it is.
Did that include taking photographs of that vehicle?
Yes, I photographed the vehicle.
Okay. When you're processing this truck, what other things are you doing and going through it?
We first photographed the vehicle and then we searched it, or I apologize. We photographed the vehicle and then collected DNA swabs. We did the door handles, the tailgate handle, steering wheel, typical places that you would normally touch. And then after that, we searched it to see if there was anything of evidentiary value. And then at the end, we used Blue Star to search for or detect possible blood.
Now, was there any significant findings as a result of the use of the Blue Star?
We did have a few areas that illuminated.
And you say illuminated. Can you describe a little bit more as to what that indicates to you when you're going through and using Blue Star?
So Blue Star is used to detect blood. It shows the possible presence of blood. So when we spray it, we have a dark room. We'll spray the area, and if it illuminates, it'll illuminate like a blue color. that will indicate that there's possibly blood there.
Okay. And then subsequently is when you do DNA collection?
So I swabbed for DNA on multiple items beforehand, but then if it does illuminate, I will also either swab or collect the item.
Understood. Show you 146, states 146 to 157 and 159 to 163. Do you recognize, let me know if you recognize those photos as what you observed that day.
Yes, I took the photos that were in our vehicle bay.
Your Honor, this time the state moves into evidence states 146 to 157 and 159 through 163.
No objection.
Without objection, states 146 to 157 and 159 to 163.
Showing you states 147. What is that?
That is the vehicle at the incident location that technician Ford photographed.
Showing you 151. What is 151?
That is the insurance card found in the vehicle.
Show you 152.
That is showing the truck bed of the vehicle at our vehicle processing bay.
You explain, why do you bring the car back to a different location to process it?
We bring it back to a different location in order to have a secured location where we can take our time on processing it.
Let me show you states 154. What is that display?
This is a picture of a gas can and ropes that were inside the toolbox in the bed of the truck.
Let me show you 159. What is that?
Those are the items that were found behind the front seats, and there's a pair of gloves in there.
I'm going to show you 160. What is 160?
That was a pack of gloves that was located behind the seats in the vehicle.
And just going back to 160, how many pairs of gloves does it say are in that pack?
It says there are 6 pairs.
I'll show you 161. There's 6 pairs of gloves in that?
No, there were 5 pairs located.
And then finally, 163.
That's showing the bed of the truck and the toolbox that was in the bed of the truck.
I want to talk just a little bit more about Blue Star. Is blood the only thing that Blue Star might use a hit on?
No, there are some additional false positives that Blue Star can illuminate on.
What are some things that it could give a positive on?
Cleaning supplies are one, as well as bleach is a big one. Some plants can actually illuminate as well, or different paints and tarnish.
That's right, I have no further questions for you. Thank you so much.
Cross-examination.
I've got no questions, Your Honor.
Okay. It's all right.
Thank you.
Down, thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our afternoon break. I recognize you again to not discuss this case among yourselves, and we will see you back in probably about 15 minutes. Okay? Thank you all.
Okay, so they're going to take their 15-minute break. And Dwayne, yeah, tonight on Shoot the Shit with Squeegee, it's going to be Therapist You Know. And that's at 8 o'clock. And before that, we're going to have Jules on. She went to the Maya Kowalski appeals hearing today over in Tampa. So she's going to be on at 6 following this trial. So we have a lot. We have a lot coming up. So stick around, guys. We got some really good stuff coming up. All right, so I took a bunch of screenshots, so let's go through them as we look at. We just heard from Michael. I have medical, but I think his name was Menegalt. He was a photographer. He was an interesting character. He cleaned John Mello's home while he was gone. He did yard work, cleaned up his house inside, because he was looking to sell it. He got paid in cash. He met Zach there doing the same thing. And he's like, I know nothing about Zach. I only met him there. I only knew him. I only met him that one time. Worked with him for a couple weeks, and that was it. So he got stopped at a vape store because he was taking a bus. That's because he didn't have a car. We found out later, and he was questioned. He said he gave over his phone. I knew Mello for a few years, and Zach just briefly. Then Cross, he's like, he knew Zach for a total of 2 weeks. He said he's a good man, and that's off the record. So he's able to sneak that in there. He was funny. He was a funny dude. All right, then Master Deputy Blake Wolf came up. All right, let's get to he's the one that he did a geo Google fence. He talked to Miss Gorman, another Black Crowes reference, second one for the trial. What was her name? Donna Gorman. He learned about Michael Menegot, that he's familiar with Mello and Zach, so that's how they got a hold of Michael, and then they got a hold of Zach. Here's interesting. So they talked about Flock. Fox's camera system, and I don't know if it stands for something. I was going to look it up, and I got sidetracked. If it's actually, that's the name of the company. If it stands for something, I do not know. But there's 10 to 15 cameras throughout the city. They found 55 images of Hughes' vehicle. They were looking for a 1999 Ford Ranger, right? So he found 2 images of Zach's vehicle that day. So let us call these up. And the name of this, hold on, let's call these up. So they found this image. This was one of the images that they found. And there's like, what does that look like? So they found that. That was one of the images that they found on the camera while Zach was driving around. Then on October 22nd, they went to a house where he was staying and they arrested him. See, now I thought that he was in Detroit going on this international cruise. He found out that they had a warrant out for him and he came back and he surrendered. I figured he just walked into the police station and surrendered, but apparently he went to the house and they swept him up. They got him. So we heard about the Winds, this couple called the Winds. They were in Europe. They cooperated. There were several bikes there that had cobwebs, but one bike was very clean, and they brought that bike into evidence. So let's show that bike. Let's get to that bike. And this bike is a... now I inverted it. So this bike it's a Kona. It's a Kona bike. I inverted it so we could actually see it. So it's Kona. That's the brand name, right? See, Kona, Kona. So that's the brand name. All right, so now that we have that, actually, let me do this. I'm going to flip it around. All right, so I'm going to do this. All right, and then we're going to... then we're going to do this. All right. So there are the 2 bikes, chat. Tell me what you think. There are the 2 bikes. It's definitely a mountain bike. All right, so there's the 2 bikes. The bike comes in Evan, so the frame, handlebars, and brakes are similar to the ring camera. Then they found this location about an hour away, so they went to go search that. And this is the one where he says the house is in the middle of the nowhere. You can walk around naked, and nobody will know. There was a burn pit, and there was a closet full of cleaning materials. They searched around. They didn't find anything, but they did find a photo of, let me see if I can pull this one up. So then they found some photos of Zach. All right, so there's Zach. And this was October 10th. This was 3 days before. And he's got a black hoodie on, and it's gray inside. All right? So, Julie, you're saying the top bar looks angled down compared to the actual bike. That is pretty common. As someone who has owned many, many mountain bikes in my lifetime, it's not straight across, it is angled down. So if you look at the top image, the where the handlebars are, it's there, and then it is angled down a little bit. I don't think. Well, actually, for guy bikes, they should be straight across. Female bikes are you don't have that. But now you know what? I retract what I said. That's not true at all. They should be straight across. Yeah, straight across. That's my bad. They go straight across. So you think the top one is angled down? Let me try to find that again. The top bar looks angled down compared to the actual bike. Yeah, might be splitting hairs on that. Might be splitting hairs a little bit on that one. It looks pretty doggone close. I think that's why they pulled him in. And then he does not have a beard, but the hoodie. So he's got the gray hoodie and the black hoodie. So it's angled down from front to back. Yeah, I see that. It's hard to tell in the one that he's riding. To me, that looks like it's angled down a little bit too. Angled down from front to back. It seems like the one he's riding is kind of angled as well, but that could be his knee. I'm trying to see if we can see Kona written on it. That's such a poor... the Ring camera is so fuzzy, you know? Yeah, Shirley Roth turned inside out. Could be his knee. Yeah, that could be his knee. Could be his knee throwing us off. OnlyFans, this turning out to be a Tellus situation. How are they going to get around the DNA under her fingernails, though? Onion bitness. Yeah. His leg looks like to me. It could be his leg. Robert Kane says, can you rotate top image and have wheels at same angle as bottom? Pretty much did that, but you want it to be angled even further? What about the brakes? Oh yeah, Aaron says, what about the brakes in the back? Can I actually angle this? I can't angle this. I have to do it in Photoshop. There's a black thing on the black tire in the Ring photo, Aaron says. There's a black thing on the back tire. And I don't see it in the upside down one. There's a black thing on the back tire. I mean, that Ring camera is so... I don't know. I guess there's enough to have reasonable doubt. It's blurred, the brakes. Too bad they couldn't get someone to clean that photo up. I know. Well, it's from a video. That's what Ken was saying yesterday. Ken Rosenberg was complaining about that. Yeah, thinking those were the brakes. Or like, yeah, there is something Aaron's showing. There's something on that back tire. Pretty big black thing on that back tire. Kind of like where his butt is, if you will. Yep, Shirley Roth. It would only, if you only went by this to convict someone, it would be ridiculous. All right, let me see if I can, well, I know I can. Let me just see how, let's rotate this a hair. let's try this. I rotated it a little bit. Let's check it out now. Does that help us any? What do you guys think? It's pretty close, man. It's pretty close. You know what I'm saying? That is pretty close. All right, this is like really, really rough, but we're gonna run with it. See where this gets us. I don't know, guys. That looks pretty close, right? What do you think? Oh, all right, Aaron's doing some investigating. Yeah, almost spot on, right? I mean, come on. But again, are we going to convict him based on this? Florida PI Sam, definitely qualified now as an expert witness for the Commonwealth, in the Commonwealth. Right? The seat is in the same place. I mean, it's rough. I got to clean up the rest of it. I just did a really rough job there, but it's pretty close. So Aaron did some quick research. The frame geometry of both bicycles appear similar. The wheel size and alignment seem to match. The pedal and crankset positioning in the surveillance image aligns with the reference bicycle. The handlebars and seat placement appear consistent. With this enhancement, the probability of these being the same bicycle has increased, though some finer details like branding or reflectors remain unclear due to motion blur. Yeah, Florida Sam. And if we were the Commonwealth, then yes, it would be enough to find him guilty. Yeah, Shirley Roth. Need more evidence than a bike. Poor all of us. Brat says reflector in the same place on the same wheel. Let me pull it up again. Sorry, that doesn't work, yeah. Florida PI Sam, it's official. Everyone can do my job better than I. Do you throw papers now? That's it. You're throwing your papers. All right, so let's continue on. So the gray hoodie, that's the other thing, is the gray hoodie. So let's go to the gray hoodie. Let's go to that. So then there's this. So he's got a hoodie that's gray on one side, black on the other. Black on one side, gray on the other. Right? For the PI Sam rage quits. That's right. Irish Amy says, Sam, I'm sure you have unique charm, though. Julie says, I'm seeing navy or black hoodies. Yeah, definitely. You think the writer has a darker hoodie. But the writer has a darker hoodie. I know, that image is so hard to... The one on the right, the far right, that is just so hard to... You know what I'm saying? I mean, the one is from a trail cam and the other one's from a ring while he's driving by, motion blur and all that stuff. Brat says, bike pic, you can see the hood with what looks like a bike helmet on top. Yeah, they were wondering what was on. They said he said the investigators said either he had a beanie, I think he said. Yeah, what is on top of his head? Yep. Julie says, but the one on the porch is light gray. Right. So look at the one of Zach in the trail camera. He's got the dark, and then underneath it's gray or light. Yeah, you're talking about the porch picture and the rider going by. I know, that's what threw me too. I'm like, wait a minute, he's got dark clothes on riding by, but then all of a sudden at the house he's got gray. What is that? How do you justify that? And then boom, there he is in the what do you call it? In the woods, and he's got dark hoodie and the inside is gray. Circumstantial for sure, but I don't know. They're making a case. He could have flipped it inside out. And then here's the question. I think Julie asked this too, and I asked it. I was wondering about this the other day too. Like, where did he put Joanne asked, where did he ditch the bike at her place? She would notice a bike. I mean, you notice when you're coming home, oh, there's a strange bike in my front lawn. So where did he put that bike? Where did he put that bike when he got there? I mean, he could have put it anywhere, but we're just asking. Brat says, now I'm wondering whether the woman who thought she saw him put on a mask and hat actually saw him put on a mask and put his bike helmet back on. Could have been. Yeah, could have been. Yep, Joanne turned his hoodie inside out. I don't see that as much of a stretch. Trial Junkies United could be reversible. Thank goodness he is dressed in the woods. And I think that's what they were getting at, was that he, that's exactly what they were getting at. And Nanar, I have many hoodies, take me away. Julie says, where he parked and did they look for bike tracks around the house? Not that we know of just yet. I hope so. Shirley Roth, are there bushes in front of her house? Yes, there are bushes in front of her house. Florida PI Sam, so I'm just going to do discovery dumps on YouTube and have AI write my reports based on chat. There you go. All right, so then we had recall of Kaylin Ford, Dexter Ford. She went to the Wynn's houses and took pictures of where Zach's bedroom was. There were multiple knives and sheaths, not sheets, sheaths, and a backpack and a pair of gloves. So he had 6 gloves. Oh, no, wait, that's the other one. So Sergeant Allison Wright, who, she was young. She definitely looked young. She processed the truck. The 1999 truck. Let's see, she said a few areas illuminated. They used that Blue Star luminol or whatever, and she said a few areas illuminated, and there was gas can and ropes inside the bed of the truck, and there was 6 pairs of there was a pack of 6, and there were only 5 pairs that were located. Yeah, Joanne, surely neighborhood watch Miss Gorman would have noticed him ditching the bike. One would think, right? Justice obsessed, but let's see. There were pics that they showed of a spot at the house under the second story. Oh, that's right. Yeah, the alcove, right? The alcove. That's what they were calling it, the alcove. Yep, he could have put it there, and you could not see it. They made a point to say you could not see that from the house. They made a point of that. They did make a point of that. Yep, they said you couldn't see something that was there from the driveway area. Yep, from Canebrake, you could not see it. I remember that. It was like underneath the house. He could have done that. He could have done that. Julie, gas cans and ropes. That's not a part of the scene, was it? It was not. No, it was not part of the scene. Yeah, the alcove. I think they were calling it the alcove. Shirley Roth. He could have just knocked at the door. She opened it, and he had a knife. And then where did the flowers come in, and why the flowers? I mean, that's just so random and weird. Only fan. Who needs law enforcement? Just open a YouTube chat. We solved it. Crime solved. Boom. The Nook. They called it the Nook. We are the speculators. Yes, Joanne. We are the speculators. Are you guys familiar with the Eliminator? The Eliminator? Kids in the Hall? Oh, the Eradicator. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. The Eradicator. I am the Eradicator. If you guys don't know the Eradicator, look up the Eradicator on YouTube. Kids in the Hall. The Eradicator. The Eradicator. OnlyFan. Flower delivery ruse for me. Yep, I agree. Shirley Roth. Flowers were an afterthought from Mello. Irish Amy, he ditched the bike. How did it turn up in his truck if it was the same bike? Yeah, I know. Aaron, shaking your head. The Eradicator. Dwayne, don't look at me for the flowers. Yeah, I mean, he could have easily knock. Who is it? Flower delivery. Oh, flowers for me. You're toast. So, yeah, he arrived on the bike. He left on the bike. We don't know where his car was. We did not see that truck on any of the Ring cameras. If we saw his truck on the Ring camera, ooh, boy, case closed, right? Done deal. But his truck did not appear on any of those Ring cameras. So, yes. You know who the kids in the hall are. You know. You're Canadian. You know. Miss Shirley Roth, you know that skit I'm talking about, right? That's such a great skit. Nan R. Orr, she could have brought the flowers home herself. Yep, absolutely. I'm still thinking she used it as like a weapon. She's just like flailing away, smacking at him, Yes, Rachel B. We have that written down. The Speculators. That is definitely a band name, but you have to say it like that. The Speculators. Brad says if the bike was stashed in the Nook, then he must have cased the place at some point. That's true. Yes, Joanne. Yet it appeared around town on the Flock TV. Nanar, Miss Nosy Neighbor would have seen the flowers. Could have been in the. He had a backpack. Could have been in the backpack. Trial Junkies United. Please do the female voice on reenactment. Squeegees can't do a female voice. That's a good thing. Kids in the hall. Oh, they're back. Dang it. Back.
next witness for the state.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state calls Vanessa Cormala.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to tell the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth, so help you God?
I do.
Thank you.
If you need some water, it's all right there behind you.
Thank you so much.
Please state your name for the record.
Vanessa Cormalo. Kormylo.
Cormala, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please tell the jury a little bit about what you do for a living?
I'm a practicing family law attorney, mostly in Greenville County. I've been practicing 28 years, predominantly in family law. Handle some closings, but mostly family law, representing litigants and also representing children in court when I serve as guardian ad litem.
What is a guardian ad litem?
That is an advocate for the child who's appointed in family court cases when there are issues involving the children, such as visitation issues or custody issues. A guardian's appointed. It's typically an attorney, but sometimes we have some non-attorneys that are awesome. And so that's just part of our system. When a case involves a child, we do an investigation. We're kind of an arm of the court, and we report back our findings to the judge.
And how are you involved in this case, the state against Zachary Hughes?
In the case against Zachary Hughes, I came into a little bit of this case because I was the guardian ad litem for the child of the mother who was murdered.
Of Christina Parcell?
Yes.
And John Mello?
Yes.
Okay. When were you appointed the guardian ad litem of Ida Mello?
In October of 2020.
How old was Ida when you were appointed?
I believe she was 8.
So, getting a little bit into this, as guardian ad litem, are you responsible for communicating with the father and the mother of the child?
Yes, I typically start with the parents, the parties. We talk to third parties, go visit the child at the school, of course, talk to the child a good bit. And then by the time we get to court, I would have investigated and talked to way more people, and I prepare a written report before the trial.
So in October of 2020, where was Ida Mello?
She was in Italy.
Okay. So were you able to contact her while she was over there?
I had her father's email address, and Mr. Mello and I would email back and forth. He did not necessarily cooperate in allowing me to speak with him or the child. There was one time I was going to get to speak with her. He wanted to script my questions, and I didn't want to put her in an uncomfortable position, so I waited to meet her until she came back.
So I think you touched on it, but by what method would you communicate with Mr. Mello?
Email only.
Okay. Was Ida Mello ever eventually returned to the United States?
Yes, in April of 2021, the Hague Convention, the international body that helps enforce different custody rulings, ordered that Aida return to South Carolina, and then the mother was awarded custody here by agreement.
Okay. So, once Ada had returned to South Carolina, what developed as far as that custody dynamic, specifically with regard to your role?
So the parents were in contested custody litigation. The mother wanted Aida to stay here, of course, with her. Mr. Mello was in Italy, and I think there were some criminal charges that he was working through before he could return here. So they were just in what I would consider very highly contested litigation. Mr. Mello regularly emailed me, and he was a very difficult litigant to manage.
So speaking to this particular dispute, was this the first time? But let me back up. Was it your role upon being appointed guardian ad litem to investigate a little bit into the history between the custody dynamic?
Yes, typically I'll speak to the prior guardian ad litem if there was an older case. In this case, sadly, the parents had been fighting since Aida was 3. So there were several cases, Greenville County and Pickens, and I was able to talk to the prior guardian ad litem and increasingly grew concerned about Mr. Mello.
So you said you communicated with Mr. Mello through email. Was that primarily the method of communication, or like the only method of communication?
It was the only method of communication except one phone call I had with him.
Okay. So over the course of your role as guardian ad litem, approximately how many emails did you exchange with Mr. Mello?
I don't even know if I could count them. I know when we printed them for the family court trial, I think it was 3 or 4 reams of paper.
So also in the course of once Aida returns from Italy, did Mr. Mello continue to communicate with you?
Yes, he was continuing to communicate, harass, threaten, intimidate, bully. His communications were unlike anything I've ever encountered as a guardian, and so they continued to escalate, and I was pretty concerned.
So not getting into the specifics of maybe some of the things that he messaged you, but what kind of, when you say threats and harassment, what kinds of things was he conveying to you?
He would tell me that I always needed to be looking over my shoulder, that he was coming after my license, that I was going to get arrested for criminal charges or civil charges, that I was definitely going to jail. He mentioned my children to me by name with specific information about them at one visitation I had with him. He put terrible things on the internet about me, including my office address and phone number. He actually included my husband in his posts. He said awful things, that we were trafficking children, Ukrainian children through Spartanburg. That's like on the internet. It was Facebook and Reddit, and at one point he had said I was manufacturing child pornography in my law office and put my address and my phone number right there. So he was definitely fired up.
And once you assumed this role and this line of communication began, did you receive similar types of emails from, let's say, third parties?
Yes, I would start receiving emails early on, not just from Mr. Mello, but from other people on his behalf, multiple different, one was an attorney, one was a private investigator, allegedly, one was a saint, one was, they were just multiple people that would email me from different addresses with very similar threats and characterizations of me and the litigation. And they would definitely be arguing on behalf of Mr. Mello.
Would you attempt to follow up with these individuals when they reached out to you?
Yes, I would typically try and return an email, try and find out who the sender was, try and verify if they were real. We had suspicions that many of them were Mr. Mello himself. Because of the way the emails were worded, he used a lot of the same phrasing. He writes in a very unusual manner using capitals at different times and has absolutely terrible spelling. So we could see a lot of similarities in these third-party emails, which caused us to believe they were likely him. And then, like for instance, if an attorney emailed me and I couldn't find that attorney anywhere, or a private investigator emailed me and I never could find that private investigator, I really was left with the only conclusion that it was likely Mr. Mello.
So going to October, or let me back up a little bit. So as this developed, with you in the role as guardian ad litem, what findings did you make as to the lengths that Mr. Mello would go to get custody back of Aida?
He was very clear that there was nothing off limits. He was, like I said, threatening, harassing, intimidating, and he was consistently doing it, these hundreds and hundreds of emails. Sometimes he was represented by attorneys, sometimes he was not, and this was the worst case I've ever worked on as far as representing a child's interest, but at the same time having a parent act like that. It came to the point, even early on, I think in May of 2021, I brought a motion to the court as the child's guardian, asking for a psychological evaluation of him and asking that the mother be allowed to end phone calls if the child was uncomfortable.
While you were guarding ad litem, did you ever receive some, let's just say, suspect envelopes in the mail?
Yes.
If I showed you that envelope, would you recognize it?
Yes.
I'm showing you what's marked as State's Exhibit 158. Is that the envelope or a envelope you received?
Yes. This is addressed to me at my office on Washington Street. It is dated July 8th of 2021, and it came from Knoxville, Tennessee. Per the mail carrier, the return address references a P.O. box here in Greenville, which we later learned belonged to Brad Post.
Okay. You said Knoxville, Tennessee?
Yes, sir.
Did you see the date that it was postmarked?
July, and I think it was 2021.
Okay. July 8th, sound right?
Yes. Sorry.
That's all right. Not getting into the specifics, and I realize it's unpleasant, but generally, what were the contents of this envelope?
They involved pictures of Christina Parcell in various states of undress. One included a male anatomy body part in one of the pictures. They were basically pornographic in nature. Yes.
What did you do after receiving this envelope?
I called law enforcement.
Okay. Did you submit it to them, to your knowledge?
I did.
Okay. Was that the only envelope you received?
No.
Do you know, when did you receive another?
I think it was about a month later. We received another envelope from Knoxville, Tennessee, with the same P.O. box return address. So this time, we actually just called law enforcement to come get the envelope rather than opening it.
And in the context of what you've testified to, would sending something like this be in line with John Mello's actions in the custody dispute?
Yes, this would be in line with also what he emailed, how he conducted himself. He was determined to discredit and disparage and ruin the reputation and character of the mother. He was in a custody battle, so he was determined for her to be thought of in a certain light and hopefully be determined to be unfit.
So at the time you received these, let's say in July and August of 2021, what is the posture of the custody dispute?
We were just moving right along. I think I'd had the motion for him to have a psychological evaluation. The mother had custody at that time. Of course, even though I had reason to be concerned about Mr. Mello and how he conducted himself, I also had a duty to investigate the allegations he was making against the mother. And I did that to the best of my ability. I've never done this before, but I actually hired a private investigator to look into things for me. I tried to find out if there was anything true about the allegations he was making, because this little girl was in that woman's home. And her interests were my duty. So I tried my best to interview people, research, work with the private investigator, and that my duty is ongoing and through the end of the trial. So that's what I had to do. Of course, I talked to the mother about the pictures and determined they were very old and in a consensual setting. So I did look into these things. I didn't just write them off because he was, so unstable.
So you mentioned accusations that John Mello would make. Would he accuse Ms. Parcell of using drugs?
He did. That was a large part of his concern about her. So at least as guardians, we can investigate that fairly easily. We asked her to take I think even more drug screens to see if she was actually using drugs. And since she was living with her sister at the time, we asked her to be drug screened. They were in the same home with the child. I think at one point the child was even drug tested in a corresponding case. So we did investigate that. We found no evidence of any drug use in the testing. And the private investigator also did not see any type of dealing in and out of the home.
Had you been asked to make the recommendation, would you have recommended Aida to stay with Christina Parcell?
Yes. So in family court, we're actually not allowed to make recommendations to the court unless we're asked by a judge. And I know you just asked me, but yes, my position was in visiting her in school and talking to her teacher. She was thriving here. She was doing so well in her mother's custody, living with her aunt. They had Taco Tuesdays, and anyway, she loved sushi and avocado, and she was just living a very full life. When I visited, she was riding bikes with the neighbor kids, making friendships, and doing so well. So at the time, yes, that would have been my recommendation if we had gone to trial before the mother's murder.
So at the time of the murder, would John Mello have been aware of any reports or recommendations that would have been negatively oriented towards him?
He would definitely have been aware of my motion to have him psychologically evaluated. He would be aware of my concerns about him through our hundreds, if not thousands, of emails back and forth. I don't hold back when I'm the guardian, so if he's making allegations and I'm asking him, please substantiate these. If you're going to accuse the mother of this, please give me substantiation and I will investigate this. If he says neighbors are watching something, please give me the neighbors' names. I have the ability as guardian to bring a motion before the court to have her removed if the court has substantiation of the concerns. And he would just play games and tell me he couldn't give me the names of the witnesses he knew about because he needed to save them when he sued me in civil litigation. And so he was very aware that I was not a fan of how he conducted himself. If you're worried about a child enough to make substantial allegations, and this guardian is appointed only for her interests, please work with me. Even if we had differences, set them aside, help me help your child. And he was definitely not cooperative.
So before the murder on October 13th, 2021, when was the last time that Mr. Mello saw Aida?
Prior to the murder?
Prior to the murder.
He would have seen her last in Italy when Christina, the mother, flew over to get her per the Hague order and fly her home. So I think he had seen her there in Italy. To my knowledge, he had not returned to our country until after the murder.
So that would have been April of 2021?
Yes.
Is there any significance in the time span from April to October of 2021 with regard to the custody dispute and the positioning of the parties?
Well, in family court, we really look at how often you see your child. Are you supporting your child financially? And we have a mechanism in family court statutory that says if you don't visit your child willfully for 6 months, and if you don't pay child support for your child for a period of 6 months, your rights can actually be terminated if the court determines that's in the child's best interests. So a lot of parents are pretty sensitive to the 6-month mark.
In October was that 6-month mark? Is that correct?
That would be right.
Do you know who the defendant is?
I'm familiar with his face, yes. I don't think I've ever met him in person.
Let's say prior to October 13th of 2021, did you know who he was?
So when you're a guardian ad litem, both parents give you lists of character witnesses they would like you to interview in relation to their case. And so the first time I saw Mr. Hughes' name would have been May of 2021. And I received that through Mr. Mello's attorney at the time, as he was on a list of character witnesses to interview, for me to interview on behalf of Mr. Mello.
Did he take any actions with regard to the custody situation? I'm speaking of Mr. Hughes. Did he take any actions with regard to the custody situation after the murder?
After the murder, I'm not sure of.
Okay.
Before the murder, he prepared an affidavit to support Mr. Mello regaining custody of his daughter. And he also worked with local attorneys helping Mr. Mello procure representation and in that line.
I'm going to show you what is State's Exhibit 164. I'm showing you State's Exhibit 164.
Yes, this is the affidavit he prepared for court. He prepared it in September of 2021, September 21st, which we thought was unusual because there was nothing pending at that particular time. And then in October after the murder, we were in court for a hearing about where Aida would live after her mom was murdered, and this affidavit was used in that motion.
Your Honor, this time the state would move into evidence State's Exhibit 164.
No objection.
Exhibit 64 comes in. Thank you, Judge. So I want to clarify this timeline here. So in September of 2021, what purpose would this affidavit have in the custody dispute? Or was there a place for this affidavit in the custody dispute to be needed?
Okay, so in family court, trials involve live testimony like today. Hearings involve affidavits, which are just sworn statements, that are notarized. So we prepare them in relation to motions that we file. To my knowledge, there was no motion pending at the time that affidavit was prepared.
Okay. And this was filed October 22nd of 2021.
Right. And at that time, of course, after the murder, we all kind of filed what we could, because you have a mother who's been murdered, a child who doesn't have her mom, and her dad's in Italy. And so her placement in custody was in question.
So it's only 9 days after the murder that this is filed?
Correct. And we were back in court dealing with Aida's placement at that time.
I want to go back briefly. Speaking of these emails you received from third parties, what were some of those parties, or those individuals, purported individuals, that you could recall?
There was an attorney named Sophia Carlucci. There was an investigator. The email said Mullins Investigations. There was a saint. I'm drawing a blank. I can't remember. It was a saint somebody. There was a guy who wrote me as a biker dude with a particular experience he wanted to share with me. And then there was a Mitch Rubin. I don't know what profession he was, but he actually emailed one of our judges in our case, and that's not acceptable.
So, specifically, you said Mullen Investigations. You received emails from this entity? Did you try to identify who that was?
Sure. I searched on the internet, tried to find any investigations, any investigator named Mullins, company named Mullins Investigations.
Any success there?
I could not find them.
Okay. Was Sophia Carlucci one of these individuals that reached out to you?
Yes, she was very involved with helping Mr. Mello.
And on looking at these emails that you received specifically from Sophia Carlucci, did you notice anything peculiar about any of those emails that helped identify who might have sent them?
Sure. As attorneys, we kind of have a bad rap, but we try to actually be civil toward one another for the most part. She was not civil in any way. She's never met me. She's writing these hateful communications, very insulting, very similar to Mr. Miller's tone. And a lot of times some of the phraseology would be identical to how Mr. Mello would address me and email me. I tried, and sometimes I would try to see if the sheriff's office could help with tracking the emails, but if they were from proton.com or there were other ways we could never really seem to trace them, and I'm not really good at that computer forensic stuff, but I could never find the source of the emails. But my suspicion was a lot of them seemed to talk a lot like Mr. Mello.
Did he ever mistakenly send an email from
Yes, there was an email one time from from John, I think, in Sophia Carlucci's email. So it's like he was emailing me, but he used Sophia Carlucci's name and information.
Thank you. I have no further questions for you.
All right, cross-exam. Yeah, really, Fritz. Sure.
I'm going to ask you to step out. I have a matter I need to take up with the attorneys.
Here we go.
All right, while they're on break, we'll go through Vanessa Cormolo's testimony. She's a family law attorney. She was appointed guardian of the daughter when she was 8 years old in October of 2021. Basically, when mom's deleted, dad's in Italy, emergency, right? You need to take care of this 8-year-old. So she said Mello was a very difficult litigant to manage. She got lots of emails and only one phone call with him. He would harass, intimidate, harass and intimidate her. Was told she would need to look over her shoulder, that he was coming after her license. He mentioned her kids' names. He doxed her. He mentioned her husband. He said that she was trafficking children, among other things, doing other things to children. Seems like that's a common theme here. She said Mello was fired up, her words. Emails would come in from different addresses, but she figured it was him because the spelling was the same. It was very clear that there was no lengths that he would go, that nothing was off limits. Threatening, harassing, intimidating. He's the worst case I ever worked on, and have a parent act like this. She did bring a motion to the court asking for a psych evaluation on Mello. Then she started to receive these envelopes in the mail. It came to her office, but the return address was Brad Post. The contents were of Christina and various states of undress. She said there was also a male body part, basically graphic in nature. She called law enforcement and submitted these photos to law enforcement. She received another one about a month later. And then she called law enforcement right away rather than opening it. She said it was clear that it was to discredit and ruin the character of Christina. He was trying to make Christina look like she was unfit. She even hired a private investigator because the daughter was in Christina's home. She said, the photos were old, and she said they seemed to be in a consensual setting. And she mentioned certain emails from various people. One even wrote the judge, and she mentioned Biker Dude. Biker Dude. So let's see. So what are you guys thinking here? You thinking now Mello is he's got something going on? But it was Post that had the 16,000 plus images on his phone. Can't get those on your phone unless you put them there. Somebody had to put them there. Yeah, Trial Junkies United. Seems to me that a lot of people in this case had a thing for kids, not in a good way. All right? None you bitness. Starting to think Mello might be checking into him. So he's not in connection with this case per se. He's not in connection with the deletion of Christina. He has been arrested and he remains in jail as of September 15th, 2023. 63-year-old John Joey Mello and 30-year-old Zachary David Hughes were charged with first-degree harassment and criminal conspiracy. Mello was arrested and is being held at the Greenville County Detention Center on $15,000 bond. I would think he could get out with $15,000. You only need 10%. I would think that he was able to get that. None you bitness. I have not seen the proof yet. Mello was accusing everyone, though. Irish Amy. Maybe Mello said a big name. I'm a big name in music. I'll make you a star. If not, I'll tell everyone you're a CSA person. Or maybe took naked photos of Hughes too and would circulate them. Could have been. Yeah, that bond. Oops, sorry. Let me get back. Yeah, the bond is not much. No, you only need 10% of that. Trial Junkies United. I think he put Zach up to it. He had his alibi. He was in Italy. What would keep Zach's mouth shut if he was put up to this? Well, compromising pictures. Right? $1,500 is 10%. Yeah, I would think that he would have that as well. Oh, wait, they might be coming back. Hold on. Brooklyn Pistola. John Mello was a bigwig in music. He would have made bail. Yeah, he was huge. He was huge in music. Worked with the Stones, Neil Young, Elton John, Alice Cooper. Had pictures of him and Cooper. He was huge. Yeah, Kathy Smith, I've had similar thoughts. Make him a star or blackmail. OnlyFans, nobody seems to have clean hands in this case. I agree. Boy, he wanted his daughter, though, right? At all cost. He wanted his daughter at all costs. He really wanted her. Yeah, Dream of Landry. Lots of sickos on this one. I agree. OnlyFans, if it was blackmail, then Zach would have ratted out unless it's against someone else in his family. And Julie, money, 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 money. Yeah. Nenya Bitness, he could have convinced the defendant the child was in danger. Yeah. That's what we think. That's what we're hearing, that the aunt was involved. There was another friend, and that friend was involved. I mean, who's to say, you talk to somebody long enough, they're going to be like, oh, yeah, they're going to become a vigilante, right? They're going to take, they're going to become a vigilante. That's all I can say. Kathy Smith, this attorney really blew things wide open. Therapist, I could see him setting all this up for the end goal of getting his daughter all to himself. Nanya Bitness. That's what I meant earlier about him furthering the defendant's career. Wait, Judge, where are you going? Are we done for the day? What just happened? I don't know what just happened. I have no idea what just happened. The judge just left the bench. It's 5 o'clock. I have no idea what's going on. I have no idea what's going on. All right, let's go through some of your questions here, or statements. Brooklyn Pistola, you can use his past and present behaviors and actions to presume how he roped Zach into this. Totally agree with that. Trial Junkies United, Polly Pocket said that he threatens her children and husband. Yep, so Zach might be concerned about his family too. 100% agree. Julie, which considering the group of people we are dealing with, getting the child all to himself takes on a whole new meaning. Yep. That's true. We are, they're on a half-hour delay. So this is technically 4:30. Okay. All right, that's true. Yes, Kathy, he said that he had something, yeah. I heard him say, oh boy, or something, that something came up. Well, they approached, and then they are on a half-hour delay, so it is only 4:30 there. Shirley Roth, he just wanted his daughter, so it doesn't matter how vindictive he was. He just wanted her, end of story, no matter the consequences. Yeah. Kathy Smith, but why does he want her all to himself? Good question. Trial Junkies United. I worry about the Aunt Tina now because she has a custody case against Mello. She said because she was supposed to have visitation but hasn't seen her since August 2024. Yeah. And they could be talking in chambers? I hope so. Yeah, I think, because we are a half hour delayed, so. Brooklyn Pasola says, how is he posting about the case online, though? Who? Mello? Is he posting? I haven't seen anything. I'll rely on you guys to, is it Mello? Irish Amy, is Mello doing that? Brooklyn Pasola says, yes, he's on several other channels who did summaries of the case, commenting as recent as 3 or 4 months ago. Wow. Interesting. Brad says, yes, phones can be hacked. Oh, so you think that he put the 16,000 plus videos and images on Brad's phone? Is that where you're going? I wonder if he would consider coming on our show. Can we get a jail call from Mello? Get a jail phone call from Mello? Brooklyn Pasola says, we're not privy to the CP angle, but if he's locked up, I'm sure they found evidence that supported the videos being legit in one of the couple's homes. Yeah, I mean, don't forget, he had Post, this is Bradley Post, had 16,000 plus videos, images on his devices. Kathy says, we want more than 6 degrees of separation from that guy. Good point. Fair point. Shirley Roth, how is Mello posting from jail? All right, Brooklyn, go get it. You're going to find out his handle now. Okay. Go get it. We got Brooklyn Pasola on the case. Mello is not locked up. Skylar Banks says Mello is not locked up. So he did post bond. So he isn't in jail. So he posted bond. Irish Amy asks, was Mello definitely in jail 3 or 4 months ago? He was arrested back in September of 2023, I thought, right? Is that what I said? So he was arrested. So September of 2023, so he was arrested, and he has custody of the daughter. So this was from 2023, but he has custody of his daughter right now. Yes, I saw that 2024 he did win custody of his daughter. So that is true. I did find that. Yeah, he was awarded custody. Yes, he was. All right, so it looks like April 16th of 2024, they dismissed the custody case. So John Mello will retain custody of the daughter he shared. So this is from April 15th of 2024. It was a directed verdict. We heard all about this. This was the directed verdict. This is what Tina, the sister, said. So this is the custody case, right? So this is the custody case. So Tuesday afternoon, the judge issued a directed verdict dismissing the charge against Mello related to the custody case. So that's the custody case. Well, it was a trial with opening statements and everything. But he's still charged with harassment. So he's still charged with harassment. So there you go. So he won the custody case, but he's still charged with harassment. He's still charged with harassment. And this was from last year. That's from April 15th of 2024, so like a year ago. So he won the custody case. That got dismissed, a directed verdict. All right, so he's still on the hook for that. So he won the custody case. No, Brooklyn. His YouTube handle is John Mello 978, and he vehemently detests the Fitz News. Yeah, they're all over this, right? I've watched a few things here and there of theirs. They seem pretty decent. I haven't watched enough, but I've read. You know, they've got a website and everything. They seem like they're all over this case. Brat says, Pears, he's been out on bond since 9/14 of 2023. All right, thank you for that, Brat. I'll add that to this. He's out on bond since 9/14. 23. Okay. Thank you, Brad. Good one. Appreciate that. Uh-oh, Fit News are not so nice. Are they not nice? Sorry. I don't know that much about them. What did you guys send me? John Mello. Oh, there's his Instagram. Okay. Okay, so these images, so Trial Junkies United sent me some of these images. So that's the daughter there. I was wondering who that was. That's the daughter. Okay. Yep, Trial Junkies United, you sent me some of these. Thank you, OnlyFan. So I did see these, and I was wondering who that picture was, and that's his daughter. He's got a picture with little Richard. Charlie Watts. No shit, Basquiat even? Good grief. Yeah, this guy, he definitely, Neil Young, he swam with some top dogs. No question, he knows a lot of famous people. Yeah, Alice Cooper. Taylor Hawkins, right? Is that his name? Taylor Hawkins? Yep, Taylor Hawkins, drummer for Alanis. And then the Foo Fighters. Got a picture of him. Oh, that's just a picture. It's not a picture with him, though. Yeah, there's no question. He, meaning John Mello, knows a lot of people, for sure. Yeah, Little Richard. It is one messed up case. I agree. Who knew? Like, you never quite know. I never quite know when I go into these. I do a lot of research, and you just never know. I had no idea who John Mello was, and now it's like, holy crap. How did I not know who he was? Yeah, Neil Young. There's pictures. Yeah, there's pictures with him and Neil Young. He's worked with Elton John. I didn't see any pictures with him and Elton John, but it says that he's worked with him before. Yep, living his life up in Italy. So he had a place in Tuscany and then a place in Greenville. I'm pretty sure I read that. Definitely Tuscany. I remember that, and then Greenville, because I think that's where they were. Why he chose Greenville, I'm not 100% sure why he chose Greenville, but why not? I guess I don't know. So after this is over, we're going to go over to Jules. We're going to portal you guys over to Jules, and she was at the Maya Kowalski appeals today in Tampa, and she said it was really, really interesting. J Hatch was J Hatch. If you guys have any clue what was going on with that trial, you're going to be aggravated beyond belief, because apparently J Hatch was just really, really nasty to the Kowalskis. So we're going to be jettisoning over there we're going to pick that up at 6. And then after that, we're going to go over to Shoot the Shit with me, with Squeegee. And therapist will be joining us. And she's going to be talking about her ongoing experience with a supernatural phenomenon. So we got some good things lined up for you guys. So stick around. We'll be going late into the evening today. I'm looking forward to talking to Jules and then therapist So OnlyFan, why is Zachary not ratting him out, though? Good question. Don't know. So I want to say thank you. We are officially at 5,800 subs. We made it to 5,800 subs. So thank you so much, whoever was the 5,800, 5,800th. Thank you so much, guys. Appreciate it. Shirley Roth says, tonight I will stay up. Nothing much to do for a few days. Right on. We like that. Yes, please join us for Jules talking about Maya Kowalski. Lots was happening there. And then Therapist You Know. Yes, Nan R. Yay! Trial TV Live. Thank you to our chats. Julie says, wow, sweet. Yes. Thank you, thank you. OnlyFan. Woo! Boop, boop, boop. Come celebrate with us. Celebrate with Julie. I'm sorry, Jules. Julie, too. Come celebrate with Jules, talking about Maya Kowalski, and then Therapist You Know on Shoot the Shit. It's going to be a good one. We're looking forward to that. Nunya Bitness. There's still a chance right now he'll be found guilty. Oh, he'll be found not guilty. If he's convicted, he might spill the beans. So if he's found not guilty. Yeah, Dwayne. Oh, I followed before 1,000. Nice. Thank you, young black economist. Awesome. Dwayne says, yay, 5,800. Congrats. Mittens wants to see Snowball. Well, let's see. Superball is currently hanging out in the sun. She's all chilling in the sun. So there's your Superball moment. She's getting a little dose of sun. Yes, thank you, Shirley Roth, 5,800. Thank you, Kathy. Yes, it's been quite a milestone. I just ran across, I had a sticker here. All right, here. This August, hold on. Sorry, it's got stains on it, but August 8th of 2024, we had 536 subs. August 8th, we had 536 subs. And then Sarah Boone, we had about 2,800. I'm sorry, yeah, 2,500. And then after Sarah, we hit 5,000. And then now we're at 58. Yes. Charlie Roth, yes. Dream of Landry, thanks, wonderful mods. That's right. We wouldn't be here without you guys, with our mods, with our chat, everything. We're only as good and as big as our mods and our chat. Irish Amy, congrats, you guys deserve it. Oh, thank you. Thank you for being with us. And Kathy Smith, yay. Nunya Bitness, congratulations. Thank you. Shirley Roth, you guys are the best channel. Glad I found you. I'm so glad you're with us. Young black economist, nice. You'll hit 10K in no time. Oh yeah, Nunya Bitness, you got. Thank you for the. I was actually surprised you got. It made it through. Yeah, we try to limit it to three emojis. Sorry, no, don't worry. It's not you. Not you at all. We checked other creators just to see what they do, and we were actually astonished. A lot of them don't even have emojis, or they'll only do like one or two, if that. So we're not doing it because we're doing it because we want to keep the chat moving forward, and not clogged up. So that's why we landed on 3. We figured 3 was a good number. So yeah, don't worry, Nunya Bitness. Not you. OnlyFan, yep, better open up that membership. Got a couple more weeks, 22nd, 23rd. Oh, OnlyFan 5.8, but emojis are still 3, yes. Dwayne says, growth is great. Yes, it is. Shirley Roth says, thank you to Aaron. Ford of P.I. Sam says, yay. Thank you, Ford of P.I. Sam, for everything that you do to us. I should say for us. Thank you for everything that you do for us. Dream of Landry says, thank you to Aaron. Irish Amy, I think 3 is fair. None is tyrannical. Lily Coy, Mello is, in my opinion, the person who bullied, intimidated Hughes into murdering. Hughes might have had something to hide. Mello threatened him. I wish Hughes would spill the tea, but maybe he's scared. Yeah, that's all very possible, plausible, probable. All the P words for sure. All right, there you go. That's for none you bitness. That's for all those people that can't post more than 3 emojis. Nanar, it has to be hard on your end with emojis because of how they're written out on your end and in code. No, they just come across. We want to get back to, because when we have memberships, then we have special emojis. You know, we had so many great emojis. We had a Sarah Boone, side eye. We had Jason from Chloe Driver. We had the orange suit. So when somebody would get, sentenced, we'd be like, time for the orange jumpsuit. So we're hoping that comes back very quickly. Shirley Roth, love you all. Chat, Mod, Squeegee, Aaron, Kitties. Thank you. We love you too, Shirley. Thank you for your support. Really appreciate it. None you bitness. I think it was for money and fame. Could be. Brooklyn Pasola, they are proffering the Guardian item. Guardian ad. I heard her say it multiple times. Ad litem. I'm not going to be able to pronounce that, but that's what they're proffering. She mentioned it, that she was, right? That's what she was, ultimately. So let's see, when did they leave off? All right, they left off at, it was Cross. So they left off at Cross, and that's when they came up. So they didn't actually get in. She was basically the guardian. She mentioned that. She was appointed guardian of that word, ad litem. Litem? Ad litem. Guardian ad litem. Oh, you're welcome, Dreama Landry. Appreciate you appreciating them. Joanne, you going to take off? All right. Have a wonderful evening. Thank you for being with us. Really appreciate it. That's what I thought she said. Pronounced ad litem. Irish Amy, that's what I heard. Brooklyn Pasola says, defense asked her, knowing what she knows now, would she have advocated for the child to be with Christina? She said no. Curviel says, weird they do the proffers off video. I guess they are concerned of other witnesses watching the trial. Could be. Could be. Guardian ad litem. Right? We're going to go with our ad litem. Nanar, guardian ad litem, as in litem. Okay, cool. The way you are saying it is right. Thank you, thank you. Yes, Jules is going to be on as soon as this is over at 6. I'm hoping we don't have to push it, but I certainly don't want to end this. Remember, we're a half hour behind, so it's only like about 5 o'clock over there, 5 o'clock Eastern. So it's 5:30 now. Remember, we're a half hour behind them for the delay. Shirley Roth, going to feed kitties. Be back at 6. Cool, cool. Brooklyn says, that's as per Gigi in the courtroom tweets ours of 3 minutes ago. Okay, cool. Thank you for that. We got our fingers on the pulse. Dwayne says, YouTube cut off in the middle of me gifting. When they start up again, there'll be 6 more memberships that weren't awarded. Oh, okay. I don't know if they're going to do that, Dwayne. I don't know if I hope they do. Quite honestly, I hope they do. Because we didn't see any of that. YouTube kept your money, sadly. Sorry. Right? Seems like they just kind of hijacked us. OnlyFan, even if she was a horrible mom, the M is still not justifiable. It rarely is. And, right? We watch so many cases. It rarely is. We see men who are just dogs, but do they deserve to, they're not angels, but do they deserve to be offed the way they are? I don't know. It's like vigilante, people take matters into their own hands. Shirley Roth says, Lily Wayne, yes, going to feed my kitties, keeping my feet open, see what happens. Cool. Brooklyn Pasola says, defense tried to get the CP brought in through the Guardian, however, judge denied it. Thank you for those updates. Appreciate that. Lily Coy, no, he's out on bail. He's not in jail for this. He won custody of the child, but he got arrested for this harassment. So he did get arrested for that, but he's out on bail. So he is out. As OnlyFan it says, Mello is out. Dwayne says, what? Then I'll buy coffees, but I don't know how. There's here. What is it? Cups of coffee? Is it exclamation point coffee? I think that works. I should know how to do this, but I don't. Or is it cups of coffee? There we go. There you go, Dwayne. Just buy me a cup of coffee. And thank you in advance for that. Appreciate it. Yeah, so we're hoping February 22nd, 23rd, we have the opportunity to get our memberships back. So we'll see. Hopefully we will. OnlyFans says, no DNA evidence today, random fancies. Oh, did you? Okay. Random fancies. Okay, I know you guys were telling me not to worry about the DNA, but I got busy at work. What happened? So no DNA. Nothing yet. Yeah. And Ken says, this one sounds interesting. I should have shuffled things around to listen to more of it. Oh, it's got a lot. It is thick with layers of right. That's kind of my analogy. Every trial has it's like an onion. You keep peeling it back. This one is layer upon layer upon layer. Shirley Roth, do you think they are coming back? Sure hope so. They have to come back at least to tell us that they're going home for the day. Therapist, you know, is anyone out there? Can anyone hear me? Titanic. Yes, we can hear you. Oops. Lily Wayne, see you with Jules and Therapist as long as I don't lose power. Snow is really coming down right now. Wow, plows are out on the road. Ooh, yeah. OnlyFan says, Ken Rosenberg, this is a very good trial. I agree. Irish Amy, is there anything we can do to help with you appealing the monetization? That's sweet of you. Thank you. A lot of people have asked, and no, trust me, if it was just writing an email or whatever, everybody else that gets demonetized would do the same thing. No, they just want to see us do what we're doing right now. I think we'll be okay. I think. And in the end, just keep supporting us. You know, we have Patreon. You know, you can always join Patreon. If this doesn't go the way we want it to, you can always support us that way. We just want to stay in good graces with YouTube. We don't want to get like kicked out. We know so many people that have actually just been kicked out. You know, that would really, really stink. Oh, therapist. You're talking to the court. That's funny. All right, Julie, go get food. You'll see us on Jules Investigates. Sounds good. Thank you, Julie, one of our fantastic mods. Go get some food. Brooklyn Pesola says, now a juror is speaking to the judge in both state and defense. Oh, my. Wow. Wow, wow, wow. Yes, that helps. OnlyFan. Irish Amy, leave a comment after the stream. Just watching. I mean, just watching helps. And you don't even have to be a member, but we're not even getting, you know, YouTube is taking everything right now, basically. So just watching, getting us up. Oh, we're at 5801. We just got another one. So there you go. That helps. I think when we do come back and YouTube sees, I don't know, maybe they'll, I don't know. They've resumed cross-examination. What? Well, we are live. Oh, we're half hour behind, right? We're a half hour behind. Ken, I hope so. I'm sure you'll be fine. I hope so. All right, well, we are here. You guys see the feed. So we're a half hour behind. We're a half hour behind. So whatever happens. So but I thought tweets they had to wait too. I didn't think they could tweet immediately. I thought they had to wait. I thought there was a delay on that too. I could be wrong. So Brooklyn, is Gigi like? Do you think she's behind too? Yeah, that's what I thought. OnlyFan. I thought they had an instruction to not post anything within 30 minutes. That's what I thought as well. Aaron is checking Twitter as well. None your bitness, all engagement helps. Absolutely, 100%. Lily Wayne, I often rewatch. I will start adding comments. Thank you. Appreciate that. That definitely helps. No live tweeting. Gigi is not allowed to live tweet or to tweet live. So you're not allowed to tweet live. Not allowed. Yep, not allowed to tweet live. Therapist, pretty sure the judge said they could not report on it in real time though, but stream half hour delayed. Yeah, no reporters are allowed to live tweet. I don't know how they do that. I guess they put it in their notes and then they tweet it later. Brooklyn says, yeah, I don't know. I'm confused too with the delay. Well, we know for sure the court is delayed. He added a 30-minute delay for all. Oh, they're coming back. All right, so they are coming back. Brooklyn Pasola says, Gigi just updated about cross resuming 4 minutes ago. Not sure how she's timing tweets. Just thinking about it makes my little brain melt. I know. All right, so we should be back any moment. All right. 4 minutes ago, Gigi said they're back on cross for the Guardian. Okay, yes. All right. We have confirmation. Maybe they tweet to another account, Shirley Roth says. All right. We have confirmation from Aaron and from Brooklyn that... I know. Let's hope the cross isn't too long because we have Jules coming up at 6. All right, Nanar says, Brooklyn Pasola, you have a big and beautiful brain and a more beautiful heart. Couldn't say it any better. That was nice. Cat 8 Canary, Judge said he could not stop live tweets. He can stop live broadcasts. He said so this morning. Okay. OnlyFan, this is way past your bedtime. I know, right? Curville is replying to Ken. I didn't see your post, Ken. Sorry. I didn't see. Oh, yeah. Ken says, not going to lie, not a fan of the time delay. And Curville says, yeah, I think it helps avoid some of the things we have seen that we never should see. Yeah. Yeah, of course. I mean, that way if they show an autopsy photo, I guess they can block it out or, something like that. Joanne Jedi Platypus popping back in to say my girl Brooklyn is the bomb, very knowledgeable when it comes to unalived people. Yes. Brooklyn. You know, I spent time in Brooklyn. I lived in, let's see, Fifth Avenue in DeGraw. Spent a lot of time in Cropsey Avenue. But that's for another story. That's for another time. Ken Rosenberg says, I think it's a reasonable compromise between transparency and the risks. People following witnesses, jurors, gives a chance to remove photos, numbers. It helps with court security. That's true. Yeah, a lot of times. What was it with? Was it this trial or was it Monica where they were talking? They were saying phone numbers, and they would kind of go quiet. Or maybe it was Megan. Might have been Megan Boswell. I don't know. We're covering so many trials right now. Yeah, OnlyFan, you definitely need to catch some sleep. Lilyfan is asking, Brooklyn, are you an Emmy or a corner? I know the answer to that. Oh, you're in Cobble Hill? Nice. Yeah, Park Slope. Used to bounce around Park Slope. Then I was playing music with some guys, Cropsey Avenue, and let's see. God, it's been such a long time ago. What was I would take the F train down 116th, I think, and I forget what the cross street was. It was like the second to last stop from Coney Island. I would get off at. Ooh, 5802. I'm sure many things have changed. Many things have changed, Brooklyn, since I've been there. Back when I was a young lad. Yeah, I started out in Queens, went to Brooklyn, then once I got into the city, I was in the city until I moved to Woodstock. Then I went to Woodstock. That was the only thing that could get me out of the city. was moving to Woodstock. All right, Brooklyn. She is neither. She is a mortician funeral director. However, I have worked with the medical examiner's office and have done other stuff like teach embalming. Very, very cool. Brooklyn, you should consider coming on the show, one of our Shoot the Shits, if you're interested. That's an open invitation if you want to come on. Love to have you on and talk about your experiences. We can share Brooklyn stories. And I want to hear about your funeral directing experiences. That would be a lot of fun. All right, so it does seem like they're on a 30-minute delay. So it seems like Gigi's tweet was not necessarily delayed. So that must have been live or closer to live. Oh, cool. Justice Obsessed says, your dad just retired last year as a mortician. He still helps out. Very cool. No, Brooklyn is an amazing mod on many channels and funny stories to boot. Ken and Kerrville say they would be interested. All right. That's such a great idea. Cool. All right. Well, reach out to us. Info at Trial TV Live, and let's see if we can get that set up. Widespread panic. Just got back. What did Gigi tweet? That they're back on cross, but that was like maybe 10 minutes ago now. Justice Obsessed says that her dad did that for 40 years. Very cool. Oh, Lily Wayne says, excellent. A friend of mine is a funeral director. He is so good with people, such a kind man. So yes, a big brain inside of you. Yes, Florida PI Sam. Only fan is a vampire. We have two vampires, Trial Junkies United and Only Fan. Ken Rosenberg says, morticians are amazing folks. What an absolutely critical service. Agreed. Brooklyn Pisola says, defense proffered the daughter's guardian ad litem and motion to enter the CP evidence, but judge denied it. All right, cool. Brooklyn Pisola, yes, for sure. Awesome. All right, we have made an executive decision because Jules is waiting in the wings, and it is advertised, and there is potential that we're gonna advertise. Yeah, we're gonna pick up on Jules at 6, so we're gonna stay here for another 10 minutes.
Yeah, until like the very end.
We'll stay here till the very end, and then we'll go over to Jules. But we will, whatever we miss here, we will pick up tomorrow morning. So don't worry, we're not going to miss anything. And to be quite honest, Vanessa, she's got good testimony, but it's not like, oh my God, we're hanging on every word of hers. But just so you guys know, we're not going to push Jules out. We thought maybe 10, 15 minutes, but what we'll do is that like in 10 minutes, wherever they are, we'll stop it. And, because who knows, maybe the cross will end. They may end in 15 minutes, So, but just so you guys know, we're not going to push Jules out. We'll jump over to her. So just so you guys know that. All right, guys, because we're getting so close to the end and, getting with Jules and stuff, I'm just going to go ahead and end it now. And again, when Cross comes back, they may only talk for a few minutes. So whatever we miss tonight, I will play first thing tomorrow morning. So don't worry, whatever we miss, I will play for you guys. So we're not going to miss anything. I will absolutely play whatever we miss tonight. I will play for you tomorrow. Aaron is recording it right now. So we're going to bounce over to Jules Investigates. It's the Maya Kowalski. J Hatch was appealing the verdict, and it got really, really spicy from what I heard. So we're going to end this stream. We got a redirect for you to go over to Maya. And after that, then we have Therapist You Know. So, again, they're still not back. So, and they could only come back for like 5 minutes. But I don't want to push Jules out. We're not going to push Jules out. So I'm going to say goodnight to you guys from this stream. Thank you to Aaron. Thank you to all our mods, Therapist You Know, OnlyFan and Julie, Widespread Panic and Hellcat, Florida PI Sam, Rachel B. Thank you, Brat. Thank you guys for being with us. Thank you to our chat. Thank you for getting us up to 5,800. We are at 5,802 subscribers. So thank you for that, guys. And yes, Lily Wayne, we will transport you. We have a redirect on. If for whatever reason you do not make it there, you can always go to our channel and it's Jules Investigates. But we will get you transported over. And I'm going to say goodnight now. And I'll see you over there in just a few minutes. So thanks for joining us, and we will see you over in a few minutes.
Mm-hmm.